Hello, hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. What up? Hello. Welcome in, welcome back, welcome to, welcome through the kingdom of the ape, the apostate ape. That's me, and this is the channel where you can watch an undereducated hick from Alabama perform an intellectual takedown of the Christian faith, doctrine, and logic for your entertainment, but also hopefully maybe to make the world a little bit better place by reducing the amount of this brain rot religion in the world. And only good things can come of that. Certainly, you would think anyway. Anyway, before we get on to the first guest of the day today, what we will do is give a shout out to our best friend, Dr. Joshua Bowen. He's a doctor. He has a PhD in this shit, for real. But he writes books like this, where you can learn to read ancient Hebrew. And believe it or not, you can learn to do this yourself. It's not even all that complicated. That's same volumes coming from me because I'm quite simple. Anyway, he has courses you can sign up for on his website, digitalhammurabi.com. You can learn Sumerian Hebrew. He knows all this shit. And he has also written other amazing books, like the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, and that is geared explicitly toward giving you scholarly knowledge so you can combat apologetics, just like I'm doing here today. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, Dr. Joshua Bowen is your guy. He sells books on Amazon and Audible if you're into audiobooks. Also, mark your calendars because this October, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, in Huntsville, Alabama, it's going down. You know what it is. It's the Rocket City Reason Conference. It's happening. And you can come. And you, whilst you are there, can hang out with the absolute biggest names in the deconstruction community and the entire planet. The biggest names ever are going to be there. I'm telling you, you do not want to miss this. There's going to be names like Seth Andrews, Forrest Valkai, Gutsick Gibbon, Justin Deconstruction, the Godless Engineer is going to be there, and of course the ape Douglas is going to be there, one of our good friends. I mean, it's just going to be, you can't miss it, guys. It's going to be freaking awesome. So get your tickets for that at rocketcityreason.com. Also, if you're watching this as a replay on my YouTube channel, please consider subscribing to the channel. Liking the video helps me out a lot to grow the channel. So I appreciate that. Also, whatever this live thing on TikTok is, I maxed that shit out. I hit level 60, so I beat the game. Anyway, that makes no difference. Alright, let's see. Where are we at here? 3 minutes into the show. Alright. So let's see if perhaps we got the first guest here. Hey, Miss Sapphire.
Hey, Apostate, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I came on your live yesterday just before you were about to go. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, yeah, you're a princess.
Yeah.
Cool. So what you want to talk about today?
So, I actually came prepared today to destroy you with facts and logic. And
I love it. Hit me. It's going to be great.
Okay. So, today's topic is God is not justice, love, or kindness. God is injustice, evil, and cruelty, right? And so I want to bring up two verses in the Bible to back up my point, okay? So,
Yeah.
the first, yeah, exactly, he's about to get cooked. So the first one is Galatians 5:22 to 23, right? And it says, one second, let me just bring it up. Yeah. So it says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. And then I'm also going to bring up Acts 20, I think it's 35.
Right. So you're bringing up, so you're using Paul, the one of the people writers of the Bible who never even met Jesus. So
Okay. Wait, let me just make my point. Let me just make my point.
sure,
Okay.
sure, yeah. Well, I was about to ask what that is, so go ahead.
Okay, so Acts 20:35 says, "In everything I did, I showed you that by this kind of hard work, we must help the weak, remembering the words the Lord Jesus himself said, it is more blessed to give than to receive." Okay? So in line with both of these verses, which says it is better to serve others than to serve yourself, and also to say the outcome of having the Holy Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, all of these things. Don't you think that if people believed in this and acted on this way, that society would be so much better?
Yeah, maybe. But then again, you have to discard all the horrible stuff in the Bible to get there.
Well, I don't think that
Like,
the
it's just a
Bible
confusing book. Like in Leviticus 25, Jesus quotes it, or I'm sorry, Leviticus 19, I believe it is, that says, love your neighbor as yourself. Like, that's pretty cool, right? But if you just jump a few books behind that, it says to eat your neighbor. So, I mean, which one are we going with?
to what your neighbor?
Eat,
To eat?
dine. Yeah, dine, munch, eat, consume,
It's,
chew,
it says to eat
swallow.
your neighbor?
Yeah, God made the Israelites eat their kids and their neighbors, actually.
Oh, where does it say that?
Jeremiah 19.
Oh, Jeremiah 19. Let me check that up.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll read it to you real quick,
Yeah,
too, just so everybody knows what it
yeah,
says.
I'm
It
pretty
says, I
sure
will make them
cannibalism
eat
is
the
not
flesh of their
allowed.
sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege, and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them. Yeah, so that's God, like, literally saying he's going to make them kebab their kids.
I really think that was just hyperbolic language. I don't think he meant literally eat
Why
your
would you think
kids.
that?
Well, because I mean, like, when you're threatening someone, you know, like, if you, let's say, for example, if I'm threatening my son, I'm like, oh my God, when I get home, you are so unalived. I don't mean I'm literally gonna unalive him. I mean, he's in trouble, right?
Why would God threaten them with eating their kids?
I don't think it means like literally eat them. I think it just means that they're going to be in a lot of turmoil. I
Well,
mean, I don't know about this
well, you
specific
have a
passage, but
problem
I
here
do
because
know.
this literally happens. So it's definitely not
Okay,
hyperbolic. It even
okay,
says
okay.
at the
The
end of the
reason,
chapter, it says,
okay,
I am now bringing upon this town and all its cities, all the disasters that I have pronounced against it. So God is literally saying, if he said it here, he's going to make it happen. It's not a empty threat. It happens.
okay, okay. So the reason why I'm kind of doubting that it's talking about like physically like cannibalizing someone is because of the fact that like that sort of behavior was like really really harshly condemned in the OT. It was seen as like one of the worst things ever, to like you weren't allowed to sacrifice a human and you weren't allowed to eat another human or anything like that. So I don't know why the sudden switch up would happen in this verse. So it must
You know
be
what
speaking in
Jeremiah chapter
hyperbole,
19
right?
is about?
I'm sorry, I don't know, to be honest.
He's pronouncing the disaster he's about to bring on Jerusalem. This isn't a threat. This is a proclamation against them. Like, this is happening, and it's definitely not hyperbolic language. He's pronouncing all kind of disasters against the city here. And he literally says, he says, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I am now bringing upon this city and upon all its towns all the disasters that I have pronounced against it, because they have stiffened their necks, refusing to hear my words. So he's pronouncing a punishment, and he literally makes them do this. It says they're doing it in Lamentations. It gives like an inside the city account.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Yeah,
It is
I
crazy,
just, to
but
be
it's not
fair,
even one of
yeah,
the
to be
craziest
fair,
parts, in my opinion.
I will admit that I didn't know about this first, so I can't really give you an answer for that, because I don't know what the situation is, but I will like do research and find out what exactly is being said here. But I just want you
Well,
to know I
he
don't
has
approve of that.
Jerusalem
So,
destroyed, and he enslaves the Israelites in Babylon for 70 years. Then, after that 70 years is over, he redeems them and brings them back to Zion.
oh yeah, I've heard of that part. I've just never heard of the eating people part.
What about in Jeremiah? I think it's in chapter 8 where he poisons them. He poisons all their water and wells. Did you know about that one?
No. I actually am not familiar with Jeremiah at all.
At all?
Yeah, I don't know too much about it, to be honest. Like, I'm gonna be so honest with you, I haven't actually read that book of the Bible. Um, I've only read the New Testament and some of the books in the OT, but not the entire OT. So I'm just gonna be honest and say I haven't read that book.
Most Christians haven't read the Old Testament. That's probably why you're still Christians, because you don't see no. Which God does bad stuff in the New Testament too, but compared to the Old Testament, this is really, really bad. I would say most churches or Christian denominations do not want people reading the Old Testament because of stuff like
I
this. Like God has people great. He bashes babies' brains out. He rips open pregnant women. Like it's bad, bad stuff. He kills people for the most minute of crimes in harsh, harsh manners. And not only that, but he actually uses people and then punishes them for having been used by him. Like it's disgusting on another level.
Do you
It's a
mean like
bad joke.
Pharaoh when you say that?
Um, well, yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, he hardens the Pharaoh's heart so he won't let the people go. He's like making it play out the way it plays out so he can unalive all the firstborn and stuff. And in Jeremiah here, he uses the Babylonians to enslave and destroy Israel. Then he punishes them for having enslaved and destroying Israel, which is something he made them do.
The
It's pretty,
Babylonians. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he uses Babylon. He even calls King Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was a king of Babylon. He straight up calls him a servant. He says, "This is one of my servants here." So God is calling him a servant, and he uses him to destroy and enslave Jerusalem and the Israelites. And then once that 70-year period is over, he punishes Babylon. And in Isaiah 13, it gives a pretty explicit like proclamation against Babylon, what he's about to do to Babylon. And it says, "Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver, do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb, and their eyes will not pity children." And Babylon, the glory of the kingdoms, the splendor and the pride of the Chaldeans will be like Sodom and Gomorrah when God overthrew them. So this is God literally using them and then destroying them with rape and baby murder to punish them for having been used by God.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's disgusting, ain't it?
Yeah, I don't agree with any sort of harm being done towards women and children.
Yeah, I would hope nobody would, but you would be extremely surprised how many people don't seem to give a shit that this stuff is happening. And I mean, not even a little bit. Some people, most people I bring this up to, I'll say, "Look, he's having babies' brains bashed out." And they're like, "Yeah, but what's the context?" So, what kind of context do you need to make this okay? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
this
I
is
mean,
the real
like,
God
sorry, go
of the
ahead.
Bible right here. This is Yahweh. This is what he does.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. It's just that I just can't like reconcile the view that, Jesus, who is the God that I worship, would ever want to do anything like that, given that he says many times he's against that sort of behavior in the New Testament. And I can quote you verses if you want, but,
I can quote
you
you
know,
some verses where you're absolutely wrong. And you're wrong about the children. Jesus condones putting children to death. Did you know that?
But I mean, he also says that no one should hurt children, and hurting a child is worse than being drowned.
Well, why would you take that part of Jesus's preaching and not the part where he literally says to put your children to death?
See, I don't think that's what he meant in that context.
That's exactly what he meant. And it's his words. He says himself out of his mouth, he says, "For God said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die." That's literally the verse he brings up himself and quotes it to the Pharisees. That's the example he
Yeah,
uses. He says, "Why
I
ain't
know
y'all
that
doing
that's
this? You're
Mark.
nullifying the word of God."
That's Mark 7, right? So when I asked someone who was knowledgeable about theology about that, they told me that he was basically not saying that this is what you should do to kids. He was basically trying to point out the Pharisees' hypocrisy of like trying to
That's
change God's
exactly what he was
law.
doing. They wasn't. They were nullifying the law. They were not keeping it. And he was saying, say the Pharisees come to Jesus and they say, "Jesus, why aren't you washing your nasty ass hands like the tradition of the elders told you to?" And instead of just answering them, he poses a question back to them and calls them hypocrites. He says, "You're getting on to me because I'm not washing my hands like the tradition says, but you yourself are not keeping the law of God himself." He says, "You're nullifying the law to keep a tradition. And the law says to put your kids to death." Like, I mean, we just read a bunch of stuff that God does to people. He clearly has no problem putting children to death. And in fact, the law of the Old Testament in Exodus 21 and Deuteronomy 21 says if a child speaks evil of father or mother, they have to die. That's the law of God. You have to kill them.
Okay, so I'm looking at it up right now so that we're on the same page. So Mark 7, right? The Pharisees and
I'm in
some of
Matthew
the
15, actually, even though it's about the same thing.
yeah, it's a carbon copies of one another. Um, the Pharisees and some of the teachers of the law who had come from Jerusalem gathered around Jesus and saw some of the disciples eating food with hands that were defiled, that is unwashed. Okay, so they weren't washing their hands, and the Pharisees were
Jesus
coming
and the
on to them
disciples
about
weren't washing their hands, right?
yeah, and
Yeah. Okay.
so these guys, the Pharisees, they come and like give them trouble over it. I guess they didn't know about germ theory at that time. Uh,
No.
why don't your disciples live according to the tradition of the elders instead of eating their food with defiled hands, right?
Hmm.
And then he goes on to say, "These people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. They worship me in vain. Their teachings are merely human rules. You have let go of the commands of God and are holding on to human traditions. You have a fine way of setting aside the commandments of God in order to observe your own traditions. Honor your father and mother, and anyone who curses their father or mother must be put to unalive.
Yep.
Then you no longer
Why do
let
you,
them do
why you
anything."
reckon he quoted that law?
Okay, so basically what is happening, right, is that Pharisees, they were doing this thing called Corban, which was basically like instead of punishing that person for cursing their mother or father, they were saying you can just pay a certain amount of money, right? And they wouldn't need to do anything else except give that offering to the temple, right? So I do kind of see what is happening. So it might have been the case that they were like doing this to make money, which I think would be wrong. And then it goes on to say,
So
thus you know.
Jesus is saying you are setting aside the commands of God to keep tradition. And he said, God commanded that if a child speaks evil of father and mother, they must surely die. Jesus is chastising them for not doing this while trying to tell him he needs to be washing his dirty hands. That's the
Okay.
whole point here. He's saying you are nullifying the word of God through your tradition that you have handed on, and you do many things like this. So Jesus is literally calling them hypocrites for not putting their disobedient to children to death like God told them to do. And that's the law. Jesus says to keep the law. You have to keep the law. The law says put disobedient children to death.
Okay. Okay. I see where you're coming from. But I will say, I don't think that he was trying to say that we should go back to unaliving children. And I just wanna give you another verse, right? Let me find the specific verse. It's the one saying, you have heard it being said that if you it was about unaliving someone, and then he said, but if you hate someone, it's as good as like unaliving them, right? So let me just find that verse. I can't remember off the top of my head. Um,
I
let me
think it's in
just
Matthew
quickly find it.
6. Or it might be 5, actually.
Um, it's actually First John. Oh, and also Matthew 5. Um, yeah, so First John 3:15, anyone who hates a brother or sister is a murderer, and you know that no murderer has eternal life residing in him, right? So I don't think when Christ is saying this, he's not literally saying that if you hate someone, you're going to be unalived as per under the law. He's simply saying, like, this is a very negative thing to do, right? So when he is saying in Mark 7, he's talking about, these people nullifying the law. He is not saying we should go back to unaliving children. He is simply saying that these people, they are criticizing them for not washing their hands, but at the same time, they're not following the law perfectly either, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's similar to how,
Yeah,
let's say, for
exactly.
example,
And what does the law say to do with disobedient children?
okay, in the OT, yes, it's said to unalive them, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with that.
All
I
right,
just
now
want to
let's
say
see
that.
what Jesus says about the law. He says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets, because I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commands and teaches others to do the same will be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever keeps these commands and teaches others to do the same will be called great. So whoever keeps these commands the best and does what the law says to do is going to be the most likely to go to heaven. And the law says to put those kids down. Jesus says not one dot or stroke of a letter is going to pass from the law. So you have to keep the law in its entirety, is exactly what Jesus is saying right there.
I understand how, when you're reading that, you might come to that conclusion, but I don't think that this is the right conclusion to come to at all, because when you read
It says, for
the
truly I tell
entire.
you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Right, okay, so now let me ask you this. If this is the case, then why did Jesus himself make several changes to the law, right? I can give you a few examples.
Because he wasn't God and he was a sinner. That was a sin to change the laws.
But then
I
why
agree
would
with you. He
he?
changed the laws, but God
Yeah.
Himself says in the Old Testament, these laws are not to be added to or taken away from. You are to keep these laws perfect because they are perfect, and you will keep them all the days that you live on this earth because that is what's doing good and right in my sight. So God strictly forbade the changing, adding to, or taking away from the laws. And here comes Jesus adding to and taking away from the laws.
Well, yeah, but then you can't say that Jesus believed that we still have to be under the OT law if
He, he,
that's
he
not what
made
he
the laws
said.
worse, though.
He didn't make
He
the laws
doubled down
worse.
on them. He made them even worse, literally. He says, if you even look at a woman with lust, you've committed adultery. So he's sentencing you to death for adultery for even thinking about it. He made it about a
Oh,
thought
no, that's
crime
not
and
what
not
he's
just the act.
saying. Come on, that's not what he's saying. That would be
Yes, it
impossible
is.
that would be impossible to enforce because you don't know what's going on in someone's mind. He was simply
Well, then why
saying
did
that
he
if
say
you're
it?
married. Okay, listen, the point of what he was trying to say is that if you're a man and you're married, you should not even be thinking about another woman. You should only have your wife on your mind, which is a good
He
thing.
said,
You agree
and
with that,
yeah,
right?
and he says, if you do it, you are guilty of adultery, and you can't hide that from God. You might not can know if somebody can do it. Another person might not know you're doing it, but God will know you're doing it, won't He?
Of course, God knows what you're doing, right?
Exactly. So Jesus, here, I'll just read it. It says, "You have heard it said that you shall not commit adultery, but I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery." So he's literally making them
And
guilty of a thought crime.
Yeah, okay. It's not just a thought crime. You would agree that it's wrong to think about someone who's not your wife, right?
No.
Right? No, you don't
No.
agree with that? Come on.
No, I would agree it's wrong to do something with them. People can't stop your thought. We can't just control our thoughts. It don't work like that. Our minds run
No,
away from us. So that's
that's
why
not
we
what
don't
I
convict
mean.
people of thought crimes because it's ridiculous.
No, I agree. I agree. I don't think that we should send someone to jail over that,
Well,
but
then you disagree
it
with Jesus again.
I don't disagree with Jesus.
Jesus says you have already committed adultery if you even look at a woman with lust. You have committed adultery. That means you have committed the crime of adultery. And the
Yeah,
penalty for
if you
adultery is guess what?
yes, yes, but listen again, okay? It's not saying, okay, if you just so much as glance at another woman and you're like, oh, she's beautiful. No, if you continue to look at her and think about her and think sexual thoughts about her, that is what is wrong, which you would absolutely agree with.
Do you
Everyone would
think
agree
somebody
with
should
that.
be put down because guilty for adultery and unalive for that?
Unalived? No, absolutely not. Like, that's impossible. It would be impossible to enforce. We can't go in someone's head and find out
It's
what they're
no,
thinking, right?
it's not impossible to enforce for God.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah.
But God doesn't want you to be unalived. What he wants you to do is to stop doing that and to apologize and
Then
say
why did he
sorry to your wife.
command you to kill people for adultery?
He didn't do that. Where are you getting
He
that
did.
from?
It's the law. The law says if you commit adultery, you will be put to death.
Where? Where are you reading
Why are you
that?
denying the law? Do you not know what the law is?
Are you talking about in the OT or in the NT?
There is only one set of laws that God gives, and those are in the Torah. The Torah means the law. That's the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible. That's literally what it is. It's the law. There's only one law. There's not multiple sets of laws to follow. There's only one law of God, and those laws are perfect, they are just, and they're doing what's good and right in the sight of the Lord. And those laws say if you commit adultery, you are going to be put to death. Same as speaking evil of father and mother. You have to be put to death. You
Okay.
have to kill people. If someone entices you to other gods, you literally have to be the first hand to throw a rock against them. You have to put them down, according to God. And when I say put
Okay.
down, I mean die.
Okay, okay. So I see where you're coming from, right? But the thing that I will tell you is that I genuinely do not. I guess we're kind of at an impasse here because I genuinely do not that believe that Christians need to follow the OT, and I
Well,
believe
then you
that the
don't
OT is
believe. Then you
done and
don't
it's
agree with
finished.
Jesus. You don't agree with Jesus. Then
If I were to agree with Jesus, I would not believe in the OT. Well, I wouldn't
yes, you
believe in the
would.
OT laws.
You're
No, I
denying
wouldn't.
Jesus' words. I mean, you're blaspheming right now. You might as well just stop being a Christian right at this moment because you are directly going against Jesus' teaching. He says you have to keep that law, and that is the only way that you are getting to heaven. Jesus never says you are not under the law, not once.
Okay. So, if my husband were to have multiple wives, is he going against Jesus or going for Jesus?
No, multiple wives is completely fine in the Bible.
Right. So, let me ask you this. How is it possible for him to have another wife if he's not even allowed to look at another woman?
Well, that's looking at another woman besides your wife with lust.
Yeah, exactly. That's not allowed.
Yeah, then you can have 50 wives. It just means don't look at another one with lust.
No, that's impossible.
What are you talking about? There's laws about having multiple wives. The Bible does
I'm
not forbid having multiple wives. The New Testament, like if you go to Paul, he says you're not even supposed to get married. He says the end's coming soon. Don't get married.
Oh, that's just not true.
Have you? You've read this book, right?
Yeah, I have. I've read. I know what you're
It's
talking
almost
about
like
in
everything
First
I'm reading you,
Corinthians
you're just
7.
denying it's in there.
I'm not denying it. I'm trying to give you an answer, and you're steamrolling me.
You just said it don't say that. It does say that.
Okay, it says. Okay, no, hold on, hold on. You're misrepresenting what it says. I know the verses that you're talking about in 1 Corinthians 7, right? It doesn't say you can't get married. It says that unmarried
Yeah, he
people, right?
suggests don't do it.
Oh my God, Eddie, I've read the Bible many times. Shush. Okay, so it says that it is better to remain unmarried because then you can just focus on your relationship with God. It doesn't say that you can't get married at all. Yes.
Right.
You want me to quote it? You want me to
Why is
quote
it
it?
suggesting don't even get married? He's saying, in my opinion, it's better not even to get married in the first place. So
Because you
why
can
even bother
focus
getting
on your
married if
relationship.
it's the best thing to
Because
do according to the Bible?
because you can focus on your relationship with God, and I can bring you the verse that says that if you'll let me,
I know. I
please.
already know what it says. He's suggesting not getting married. He's saying just not being married is the best option. But in the
Can I?
actual law, it gives laws for having multiple wives. There's no problem with this.
Okay, can I just bring up the verse, please?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, we already know what it says, but sure.
Okay, so this is the point that I'm gonna make, okay? So I'm gonna bring it up 1 Corinthians 7. Okay, so obviously, it starts off by saying, now for the matters you wrote about, it's good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman, but since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to the husband. The husband does not have authority over his own body. Okay, we know all of this, right? And then when you go down to yes, here. Okay, you start reading at around verse 30. 32. I would like you to be free from concern. An unmarried man is concerned about the Lord's affairs, how he can please the Lord, but a married man is concerned about the affairs of this world, how he can please his wife, and his interests are undivided. An unmarried woman or virgin is concerned about the Lord's affairs. Her aim is to be devoted to the Lord in both body and spirit, but a married woman is concerned about the affairs of the world, how she can please her husband. So what I'm trying to say to you is, he's not saying you can't get married or you shouldn't get married. He's simply saying, if you remain unmarried, then you can focus on your relationship with God. But if you want to get
Yeah, I
married, you
know.
can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I know. He's saying that not being married is the best option. He's suggesting don't get married at all.
But you still can, is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but you're not doing what's the best opinion of the Bible in that case.
I mean, that's fine. That's okay. No problem with that.
I mean, it's not okay with me, but whatever.
I wanted to get married, so that was my choice.
Well, that's cool. Well, according to Paul, you shouldn't do that because you're going to ruin your
Oh, come
relationship with God.
on.
Why would you
No,
take the
promise.
chance? Why would you take the chance?
We just read it. It doesn't say you shouldn't get married. Come on.
It That's exactly what it just said.
Oh no, no, it's not saying that. There's a huge difference. There's a huge difference between saying option A is superior to option B. The difference between that and saying you shouldn't do option B at all. I do not recommend doing option B,
All
right?
right. Well, God says in Deuteronomy, it says, if a man has two wives, one of them loved and the other disliked, if both loved and the disliked have borne sons, then the firstborn, being the son of the one who is disliked, then on the day he wills his possession to his sons, he shall not be permitted to treat the son of the loved as the firstborn. So it's perfectly fine with having more than one wife.
Yeah, that
And then
was in
right
the
after
OT
that,
law. That's not allowed
it says
anymore.
if your children are stubborn and rebellious, you have to stone them to death in front of
Yeah,
everybody. Yeah.
right. Okay,
Yeah.
so I agree. In the OT law, you were allowed to have multiple wives, but when you come to the New Testament, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Yep, 100%.
Okay, so the New Testament gets to nullify God's laws. Even though God and Jesus says you're not supposed to do this.
I'm telling you that Jesus is God and he can change the law however he wants because he's God.
Why did God order people not to change the law and then proceed to change the law when he says this law is perfect and it shall never be changed?
Because he understood that the Pharisees, right, what they were doing is that they were trying to manipulate the law for their own selfish benefit, and they were trying to make themselves seem like superior to everyone else, right? There are many, many verses that talk about this, right? But Christ, when he perfected the law, he was saying this is how it should have always been, right? So in that verse that talks about divorce, for example, Matthew 19, he says, from the beginning, you guys were not supposed to be getting a divorce, but because Moses saw that your hearts were hard, he allowed you to get a divorce, but it wasn't supposed to be that way. So he's returning the law to how it was always supposed to be.
How was it supposed to be? Was it supposed to be like it was originally said?
Yeah, originally you were not allowed to get
Okay,
a
then what were
divorce.
they changing it for? If they were changing it back to the original, why did they change it in the New Testament? Because the Old Testament's given the original.
Sorry, what? Say that again. I'm sorry. Someone in the comments
You're
made me
saying
laugh.
Jesus is God, and Jesus had to
Yeah.
change the law in the New Testament. And you're saying they went back to the original. The original is the Old Testament law.
No, 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 no. You're confused. Sorry, you're confusing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're confused, but I'm saying that maybe I didn't explain myself well. What I was trying to say is that originally there was a perfect state of how humanity was supposed to behave. Okay, a perfect state. For example, I'm just going to use the concept of marriage, right? Marriage and divorce to illustrate my point. Okay, so originally marriage was supposed to be between one man, one woman. You get together and you don't ever divorce. You
Originally, it
stay
wasn't.
together in love. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish, right?
Well, you said
And
something
then
wrong. I was just correcting you.
what did I say that was wrong?
Originally, marriage is between one man and one woman. That is incorrect. It was never a bond between one man and one woman in the originally.
Okay. And then Moses, right? He understood that humanity had fallen so below that they were literally incapable of keeping God's law, which is why Jesus says definitively, because your hearts were hard, right? Because these people did not have God in their heart, that he allowed you to divorce. But now I am taking marriage back to the sacrament that it was. And now I'm saying
Back
what God has
to
joined
multiple
together.
wives?
No,
You keep
not
saying
back.
taking it back. If you take it back,
Back to
there's
how it
no
was
one man and one
originally.
woman. You have to say they changed it in the future to correct it. You can't go
Was it
back to the
Adam?
original. The original is not one man and one woman.
What was it? Adam and Eve, or Adam and Eve and Sarah and Rebecca and Monica in my life? And that song Mambo number 5. No, it was one man and one woman.
No, it
Am I
wasn't.
wrong?
God gave David multiple wives. Solomon had hundreds of wives and concubines. Like,
Yeah, that
God
was
didn't give a
after
shit. There's
Moses,
literally
though.
laws that say if you have multiple wives, you can't diminish the right of the firstborn. Like, it never says only marry one woman. That's it. It never says that.
Bro, and now this person is saying Adam and Eve weren't ever married. What are you talking about? Bro, they were literally the first married couple. Okay, so um I don't know, man. I feel like we're just not going to agree. I think you need to
Let's
move on
become.
to the next person.
Well, we just. Well, that's fine. But and I
Yeah.
appreciate you talking to me. But I mean, I feel like I'm really
Cool.
just reading it to you, and you're denying what it says, and then picking the parts that you like better than what I'm actually reading you.
I no, I just feel like we fundamentally like disagree on the way that we're interpreting these things, but that doesn't mean obviously that I love
This isn't
you any
supposed to be
less or
interpreted. This
anything
is
like
supposed to
that.
be comprehended. You're not supposed to interpret this how you want. You're supposed to comprehend what it's telling you so you can do it. This isn't to be interpreted. This isn't like, oh, I feel like it means this. Like, it straight up tells you you will never enter heaven if you don't keep the law. That's not up for
Okay,
interpretation.
okay, wait. Can I ask you one final question? Do you agree with the person in the comment section who said Adam and Eve were never married?
It depends. If it means they didn't have like a wedding ceremony, then I guess they wasn't married, but it definitely calls them husband and wife, yeah.
Yeah, it calls them husband and wife, and it furthers it like directly after Adam was talking to Eve and said, flesh of my flesh, bone of my bones. It literally says, and this is why a man will leave his mother and father and be cleaved to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh, right? So it verbatim calls them husband and wife, and yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. But yeah, if
yeah,
it means like an actual wedding ceremony, then yeah, no, I'm not sure they have one of those, but whatever.
yeah. There wouldn't have been enough witnesses, so
I mean, it's a crazy story anyway. I mean, the guy marries his rib, so it's a little strange anyway. But
Oh, hi, Casey. Love you, girl.
depends on how you read it, I suppose. But yeah,
Yeah.
we appreciate you coming up. Well, not Princess. What are you today, Miss Sapphire, Mrs.
Yeah.
Sapphire?
God bless.
There you go. Hey, Marduk, bless you. You have a good one, Miss Sapphire. That was a good conversation. How long did that last? 40 minutes. Nearly 40 minutes. That's pretty awesome. All right. I have no idea who is the next in line here because there is 6 people in the queue right now. So I guess, let me try to guess. I doubt they're all still here. That's not usually how it goes. But what happened to my request box? What the piss, man? Oh, I got one. Hey, Romeo, you there?
Yeah, I'm doing. How you doing, man?
Doing good, brother. Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. Are you one of the Christians or BHIs?
Oh, nah. No,
Neither
no
one.
Christian. Yeah, neither one.
Oh, well, we're just looking to debate Christians, man.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, how we going then? A little strange. Where we at here? What's that say? Remenda. Hey, Remenda, you there? Remenda? Hey, Ramanda Morgan. 3, 2. I don't think that was one. All right, let's see. Still got several people here. All right, let's bring up Crusoe. Crusoe, you there?
Morning.
Hey, what's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Are you one of the Christians or BHIs?
I am a Christian. I don't know what BHI is. Kind of older, my friend, so the acronyms go a little over the head.
Understand. That's actually a question that gets asked a lot, and I didn't even know it myself until I got on TikTok. It stands for Black Hebrew Israelite.
I am
Yeah,
embarrassed that I did not know that, friend.
I didn't know it either, so don't be
Gotcha.
too embarrassed. I think it's a pretty new thing. But anyway, man, did you have something you wanted to comment on already, or uh,
Yes, sir.
why do you think,
I
or
thought
do
it
you
was.
disagree with this?
I do disagree. I would also say I thought it was a very respectful, for the most part, conversation between you and her, which I appreciate on this kind of platform. Most people just end up yelling. That was cool to see. My main
I
thing
try not to. It
was
does happen, but
Yeah, I understand. I understand. My main thing was the timeline of sorts, Old Testament versus New, where Jesus tore the veil. Let's say humans, God sets up the perfect scenario in the garden. We mess it up. I don't disagree at all. Humans are imperfect. To get back to the perfect union with God, then horrible things had to be done. Why? I've questioned that my whole life, my friend. I have no clue why the slaughtering of people, the killing of babies was the only way. Take your son up to this mountain and sacrifice him to me, and I'm in the end going to provide you a ram, and you don't know that, but he's going to do it. He's in full heart going to do this and kill his own son that he waited hundreds of years for, right? So all that's to say, a better option then presents itself. The veil is torn, the Pharisees present themselves. This is my only, I suppose, gripe with what you had to say. I think you were very respectful, and I appreciate that, my friend.
oh, no problem. So you said you don't know why it does all this stuff?
I don't understand if God is fully God, he could make it perfect. But would that not absolve us of free will to make our own choice?
I don't think you have free will anyway.
Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean the definition of free will is the ability to make a choice free of coercion or restraint, right? So if God presents you with a choice that says love me or burn, you're not making a free will decision. You're making a coerced decision. That's
A
not free will by
survival
definition.
choice. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So I mean, a free will decision would be one completely free, made of necessity or restraint. So since there's conditions on this unconditional love, that makes it not free will. So you don't have free will to begin with, I don't think.
I do get your point. I do. I suppose I would present the better option question. If there is no God, I suppose would be the conventional thought, but if there is one, and even if he is as mean as some have him cracked up to be, like you said, and there is no free will, then I suppose the best option is, as you can see, you know what I mean? My whole point
Submission.
is the timeline versus the Old and the New Testament, though. That was my whole thing. To say that I agree that horrible things were done in the Old Testament and that was the law, but I know that those horrible things were done because humans messed up the Garden of Eden.
Well, I mean, it tells you why God did those things. It's not even a mystery. Like, just for example, God orders the slaughter of the Amalekites, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey, woman and child. Like, he orders their complete destruction. He says, unalive every breathing thing. And it tells you exactly why he does it. It says, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Well, it's point blank. He's telling you why he's doing it. You know what the problem with this is?
Tell me.
The people being genocided in this moment are 400 years after the fact that the Amalekites opposed Egypt. So he's genociding people 400 years later, which is obviously a people that had nothing to do with the reason they're being genocided for.
Sure.
People 400 years later can't have anything to do with opposing the Exodus. That makes no sense at all.
I agree. I think that is
That's why I say
then
God
Jesus
is unjust, because he's literally punishing innocent people harshly for what I guess guilty people did. But either way, these people had nothing to do with the crimes that they're being executed for.
Oh, sure, I agree. And in its most sincere form, I think people do that all the time, punishing people a
Yeah,
generation,
but this is
hundreds of
God doing it.
generations for. I agree. I agree. It is God doing it.
So, I mean, how is that justice?
Because the initial sin was broken, because we were given a chance in the Garden of Eden. And I don't think that there is a single person given any kind of freedom at all that would make every right choice all the time. I don't know how we're supposed to say this on TikTok, my friend, so I'm going to try. A horrible situation involving your child and your family. Let me use mine. Using my child and my family, I would make terrible decisions about other people if my child was hungry or sick or cold, and there was no other option. Those would be sins, and I would do terrible things. I admit that. I don't think there's a person alive that could not make one sin. And I don't agree that the lusting after somebody else will get you sent to Schmel, but
that's great. Actually, let me expound on your example there and tell you exactly why I think this God is unjust and absolutely evil. So, say you were doing some of those bad things because you don't have a choice. Your family's going down if you don't, right? So,
yes, sir.
Just for example, say your kids had nothing to do with it. You just got a hungry baby at home. So you go to the market and you swipe a loaf of bread to feed your child with, right? So instead of giving you the punishment when you're caught for stealing this bread, they go get your child and unalive your child after making it suffer for a week because you stole the bread. Would you call that justice or love or anything of the sort?
No, I would not.
Okay. Well, this is exactly what God does, and all throughout the Bible, he does stuff just like that. Like, just for example,
I know he does it
2
through
Samuel,
the Old Testament, yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's still God doing it. So, I mean, but anyway, David commits adultery with Bathsheba, and God's reaction to this is to put away David's sin because the penalty for adultery is death. And he says, your sins are getting put away, but because you have scorned the Lord with this deed, this child must die. So God literally makes this child sick for a week and then unalives it.
Yeah, he also spends a ton of time in caves and banished because of it too. But this is also in the Old Testament. It's sort of my point. I don't
Well,
agree
it's the
with it, but
same
I
God in
don't.
the New Testament, though.
Yes, yes, with the knowledge
So
that
either way, you're
going to
serving the God who did these things, and this is if you've already. I think you agree with me that there's no chance that that's considered justice. So I mean, you're serving a God that is committing straight up evil and injustice, no matter where it's at in the
through
Bible.
my
It's still
eyes,
God
yeah,
doing it.
I think it's injustice. I also think that certain things we don't understand as humans. I'll give you an example. The president, whether you love him or you hate him, whether and I'm sort of anti-politics, so I don't love him and I don't hate him, but I also didn't love or hate the other guy, and I didn't love or hate Obama. It's the president. A lot of people do this whole "not my president." We all serve the president. I get not in the same capacity, but it's the president, and this is kind of the same thing. He doesn't always do the right and just thing either. And my point is, this God
You
may
don't
have
worship the president,
a
do you?
reason. No, no, sir, I do not. But
Okay, so
he
why
might have
worship
a
this
reason in the
God?
Old Testament.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give
he
me the
might have a
reason.
reason in the Old Testament that this was the only way. And then Jesus comes to make things new.
Okay, well, what if I show you some Jesus atrocities? Will this sway your mind? I'm
Please.
telling you, you're in a cult, man. We got to get you out of this because I like you so far, and I really need you on our
I
team
like
over
you
here.
too, friend. I do.
You're doing a great job. Uh,
I
you're not
appreciate it.
uh, you're not defending atrocities, so you're who we want on
We
Team
don't
Atheism, sir.
we like women and children being alive. Yes, sir.
So, do you know Jesus chastises the Pharisees in Mark chapter 15 for not putting their disobedient children to death?
Tell me. I believe you were talking about this with the other young lady.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's it. He chastises them for not keeping the law of God. The law of God says to put disobedient children to death.
Yeah, in the same way that the
Pretty
law of
simple.
God says that men must never trim their hair and wear indoor coverings, and that he's come to put the old laws down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all silly, ain't it?
I think you're kind of reading it upside down. He's saying
What
it
do you
as
mean?
a parable that if I was to wash my hands, I
Parable.
would be keeping the old laws akin to having to stone your kids for, or schmoan your I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
No, no,
Whatever,
no, no,
hurting
no,
your
no. And
children.
this
Yeah.
isn't a parable. In this story, the Pharisees come up to Jesus and they're trying to trap him. They say, "Why aren't you washing your hands like the tradition of the elder says?" There's no law that says you have to wash your hands. It's a tradition, right? So instead of just answering the question, Jesus poses a question back to them to expose their hypocrisy. And he says, "You're coming to me and saying, I'm not keeping tradition, but you are not keeping the commands of God. You're keeping tradition over the commands of God, and thus you nullify the commands of God when you do that." And the commands of God that Jesus himself brings up says, "For God said, honor your father and your mother. Whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So, for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God." So he's straight up telling them, you're not keeping the law of God and putting your children to death. And he could have brought up a whole one of any other 613 examples, but this is the one that Jesus chooses to use, the example of putting disobedient children to death, which is pretty rough. Oh shit, he's ticked up.
I think I think we'll agree to disagree on this one. I can see how you can read it that way. And I do believe it's way less. I think people get way too lost in what did he mean? What did he mean? But
I
in
think
my
it's
whole
clear what he
sincerity,
meant. He's telling them they're nullifying the commands of God, and the command of God says to put your a child that speaks evil of father and mother to death.
no, no,
I mean, I don't even say
he
how that's up
does.
for interpretation. It straight up says it.
I tell you, because they come to him and say, "You're sinning by not washing your hands." He turns to them in what I would call satire and says, "Neither are you because you're not, I don't know how to say it, doing that thing, unaliving, I think you were calling it, the children." I would then say, where then does he go? And this is how you should do it. And he goes and shows them how to do it.
He says you're not keeping the commands of God. The commands of God says to put disobedient children to death.
Right, and he never
Why would you
says,
think this is
and this is
satire? Like, this is literally the law. It's in Exodus 21
because
and
he doesn't
Deuteronomy
do it.
21.
Because all of those things that he says,
He
this
don't
is
have
how
any
you keep the
kids. He's
commands,
telling
he
them
does.
they're not doing it. He said, you are nullifying the commands of God
He didn't have any
by
kids
not doing
when he
this.
raised that little girl from the dead. He didn't have any kids then. He didn't have anybody when he raised Lazarus from the dead. This is him telling them, this is another law we're not keeping. He then doesn't say, and this is how you do it. When he says, break this bread and do this in remembrance, he shows you how to do it. When he says, walk by faith, he gives you examples and parables on how to do it. He doesn't go out in the street and say, look at this child disobeying, let me unalive it. I don't know how to say it, but I hope that's okay. Yeah, he doesn't give you an example. He says, we're not
So
keeping
what
the
did
commandments.
Jesus mean
Your
when he said you
commandments,
are nullifying the word of God?
by coming and saying that washing your hands is way more important than the condition of your heart, you are nullifying the word of God.
Well, he said, why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? He's asking them why they're breaking the commandments. And he's saying the commandment says to put your children to
Right.
death. He's asking them why they are not keeping this commandment. You understand that, right?
I do. He asked them why they
Okay,
don't
so
keep
if
tons
he
of
is
commandments,
asking
though.
them why they are not keeping a commandment that says to put your disobedient children to death, and he's telling
Sure.
them they are nullifying the word of God, then he is clearly saying you are not following the commands of God because you are not putting your disobedient children to death. That should be clear.
Right.
Yeah.
And the
And I mean,
commands
that's
of
the
God
actual law.
are... Yeah.
This isn't
but
a
the
satirical law. This is literal law.
I agree. But the Pharisees and the Sadducees wrote so many human laws. So many human laws. You and I both know that.
They didn't write laws.
Many
They
are
wrote
gods.
traditions.
Sure, that turned into laws. That if you didn't keep and help fund their pocket, they were going to make sure they, well, let's say got their money, got their pound of flesh, as it were. Yeah.
Well, yeah, God says you're supposed to tithe to the temple. That's how the priest eat and stuff.
Yeah, they also ate by selling goats and sheep in his house. And there was a lot of laws that said you can only buy a goat from this place. You can only buy a ram from this. It's got to be so old. It's got to be this. This isn't according to Jesus.
Yeah, it's archaic as fuck, man. Like, any way you want to look at it, Old Testament or New, this is still old, outdated mythology, man.
I'll leave you with this. I have not met, I will say at least, for myself, I do not agree in the unaliving or the mass exodus / annihilation of humans. That's what I believe.
Well, that makes two of us, and that's why we need you on Team Atheism, because if you're being biblical, you're absolutely supporting all those things.
Yeah. I appreciate you having me up, my friend. I'll let you go on to the next.
No problem, man. No problem.
Take
Appreciate
it
you
easy.
coming up.
Yes,
Back
sir.
at you, man. Back at you. Back at you, buddy. All right. All right. Where are we at here? Alrighty. We are an hour in. We've had two pretty damn good guests. I mean, wouldn't it be wild if every day was like this? Anyway. Alright, let's try the next one. Let's keep it rolling. Why did the boxes keep disappearing? What is happening here? Wet boxes, that's right. The wet box of the universe. Alrighty, Roo. What is happening here? Okay. Oh, wait. That's a friendly. That was an accident, I think. Maybe Dylan's still here.
What's up, Bo?
Dylan, what's up, man?
How you been, bud?
Doing good, man. What about you?
Good, bro. All right, I want to bring up two verses because I think that you're not reading the full Bible. All right. So pull up 1 Corinthians, okay? And I want you to read both verse 8 and 9, all right?
All right.
Okay?
Just a second.
Read that for me. Read First Corinthians 7, verse 8 and 9. And that will explain the first point of how Paul is explaining what the lady was trying to tell you 2 guests ago. All right?
Oh, I didn't disagree with her.
Well, you were saying that Paul said it was better to not stay, or Paul said it was better to not get married. But in verse 8 and 9,
That is
and
what
then
it
she
says.
explained to you in verse 10, it like expanded upon it. Paul was expanding upon what he was saying in verse 8 and 9. But you were cherry picking verse 8. So you need to read the full Bible.
I wasn't cherry picking verse 8.
Yes, you are lying.
No, I wasn't.
We
It
all do.
says it's best not to get married, but if you do, you can do this. But he's saying, in my opinion, it's best not to get married.
Just read the
at all because
verses,
it distracts you
apostate,
from the Lord.
please. Just read verses 8 through 9, because it will explain everything.
Well, it's neither here nor there, and it's
Okay,
not
I'll read
on
it for
topic.
you.
So I mean,
In verse 8, it says, "Now to the unmarried and the widow, or the widows, I say, it is good for them to stay unmarried as I do. But if they cannot control themselves, just like if like sparks fly and you find someone attractive, they should marry, for like it is better to marry than to burn with passion." And then Paul expands upon it in verses 10 through all the way down to verse 24. So you have to understand the full context of the Bible, lad. It literally is the next verse, and it explains that it is better to get married if like sparks fly with like somebody.
yeah, he says it's better to do that than let your heart burn aflame with passion. But the whole point he's making here is that it's best to remain unmarried.
No, it's
if
not,
that's at all
bro.
possible.
But if you keep on reading in verses 10,
Maybe you should
and
keep
15,
on reading.
it keeps
That's
on
what
going.
it says.
But you didn't. But you purposely left out verse 9 and the whole entire conversation.
No, I didn't. I
You
agreed
did.
with her.
You didn't bring it up
No,
one time.
this is giving a whole bunch of examples where it's better to get married. But ultimately, he's saying it's
It
better
says
to
get
remain
married in verse 9,
unmarried.
bro.
Okay.
It
Well,
literally
what's
says
the
in
point
verse
here?
9 to get married. He's literally encouraging getting married. And literally
No,
encouraging.
it says, for it is better to marry than to be aflame with passion. But he's
Which
saying
means
if
to
you're
get
not aflame with
married.
passion, it's better to remain unmarried. You're the one cherry picking.
Bro, I'm reading both verses 8 and 9.
I know, you're reading
It goes
two
over
whole
unmarried
verses.
and married. It
I know,
explains
you're
when to
reading
get
two whole
married.
verses. Yeah.
Okay, and then also in Mark 7, this is whenever the boys who are Jesus's disciples sit at the table with the Pharisee leaders, right? And it's a parable because Jesus is explaining to them it's not what you like do, or like it's what comes out of your heart that defiles you. Pretty much, you can do all these things to like act good, but like it's what comes out of your heart that actually defiles you. If you read it in Mark 7:14 through 23, it will explain everything, which you never did because you just cherry picked one little verse out of the whole entire passage. You have to read the full chapter, broski. You have to.
Yeah,
a full
I know,
story.
and I know what the full chapter says. So
Okay,
I'm
what
not
does it
even
say
sure
then?
what you're making
does it say?
a false point here. You're
What's it
using
say?
two verses to say it's better to get married in this case.
I'm
but
reading
you're not
verses
listening to
14 through 23. That's
Stop
more than two
talking
verses.
while I'm talking, please. Let me finish my sentence.
Okay,
The ultimate message in this chapter is that if it's possible, it's better to remain unmarried. He gives you situations where it's better to get married. But he's saying ultimately, if you can, remain unmarried. And that's the best thing to do. That's the whole point of this chapter.
Let's read verse 8 again. Now, to the unmarried.
No,
these
we're
are
not-
people
nope,
that are not married,
nope.
right?
This is not
And the
any
widows,
topic
which
I've
means
got.
they're
It makes
not
no
married.
difference. All right. Well, have a good one, Dylan. All right. Oh, well, never mind. I thought we had another guest. Yeah. It's just so strange that he says I'm cherry picking. You got to read the whole chapter, and he's sticking on two verses here. Like, what the fuck, man? So the very last verse in that chapter says, "But in my opinion, she is more blessed if she remains as she is, unmarried." So then who marries his fiancée as well, and who refrains from marriage will do better. Refrains from marriage will do better. That's the whole point here. But anyway, if you are a Christian and or a BHI and you would like to address one of these topics up here, please come on up. The stage is wide open for the first time today. No one in the queue at the moment. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. What is up, everybody? Yeah, so 38 says, so then, he who marries his fiancée does well, and he who refrains from marriage does better. It's better to refrain from marriage. Not much of a cherry pick, I don't think. That's like the point. All right, let's try. Hey,
Can you
Natalie,
hear me?
Yeah. Are you over
Yeah.
there?
Yes, I'm over 18, but I just wanted to say I'm not Christian, but I really like what you're doing, and that's all. That's it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was everything. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, I do enjoy the words of encouragement, so I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Fluffs my ego just a bit there. All right. Well, that was cool. And yes, you may have noticed there's no fishes behind me today, and that is because it is quite stormy outside. It's pretty damn rainy. Dylan. Dylan, are you back?
All right, apostate.
What?
All right. Tell me everything about John 3.
No.
Why?
Wow, what does that
Because-
have to do with it?
Okay, well, what do you know about John 3?
What difference does it make?
What do you know about John 3?
What difference does it make?
Because there's a full context for every single chapter, and you cannot take one verse out of the whole entire chapter. For example,
I
in John
agree, buddy.
3:16.
I agree with you.
Okay, so tell me what
Context
John 3 was
is
about.
everything. I only want actual context. That's all I care about.
Okay, so tell me what John 3 is about.
What difference does it make?
Because John 3, there's three things
What
that
topic
happen.
are you addressing? What topic are you addressing?
What
right
does John 3 talk about?
here? What topic are you addressing right here?
Well, it's going to explain love to you. In
I don't need
John
love
3.
explained to me, especially from a Christian.
Well, it says God is not love.
That's
so
not a topic.
John
It's
3
nothing
talks
we're
about
talking
love.
about. Dude, why are you even up here?
Because you're not reading the full context of the Bible.
Then address one of these topics and let's
I
read
am.
context on
In
one of
John
these
3,
topics.
it talks about love.
Okay. So
Do you
it
know
says-
the most famous verse in the Bible?
Yeah, 3:16.
Okay, now, what is the full context of John 3?
Why don't you enlighten us, buddy?
So, John 3 is a conversation between Jesus and Nicodemus. Do you know who Nicodemus is?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Dude, just get on with the point.
He is a ruler of the Jays, right? And basically, Jesus and Nicodemus have a conversation. He's like, "What do you mean that you pass away whenever you get saved?" And Jesus is saying that's not actually what it means. And then Jesus drops the mic drop moment of John 3:16. And then what happens afterwards is John the Baptist is like, "You see that guy over there? Yeah, that's the king. That's the Messiah that I've been talking about all this time." Which, like, if you go into history, and John the Baptist was a real person, you have to go to the Gospels to get the full context of who Jesus was. So even if you go to
Why
history,
should
Jesus
I
is
take
still
the gospel
real.
serious when they can't get their own context straight?
I mean, do you want to go there as well? I mean, like, we can.
Yeah, I do.
I was doing
Yeah,
it.
like we're in here right now. Let's read something from John here. It says, "No one has
All right, let's do
ascended
it.
into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man."
Yeah,
That's Jesus saying no
that's
one's ever
Jesus.
ascended to heaven, right?
Yeah, and Jesus is who? God.
You're agreeing this is saying no one has ascended into heaven except Jesus, right?
Is Jesus. Jesus is
Right.
God.
So
Yeah,
no one
so what
has
about him?
ascended into heaven except Jesus, right?
Yes, lad.
Oh, well, did
At
Jesus
that time.
forget about Enoch and Elijah? Because both of them ascended to heaven too.
Yes, but what did Jesus do?
Did Jesus forget about Elijah ascending into heaven when he said no one has
What did
ascended into
Jesus
heaven
do,
except
bud?
him?
What
So
did
you
Jesus
have
do?
to answer my questions. This is my channel.
I'm just asking you a question. What did Jesus
Jesus
do?
did in regards to what?
He literally saved humanity, bro.
Okay, Jesus saved men. Okay, why is he
Saved-
wrong
and
about
women.
he's the only one? Why is he wrong about he's the only one who's ascended into heaven? Because he's not the only one who's ascended into heaven.
Jesus ascended into heaven whenever he passed away on the cross.
Okay, and he says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. So he's saying no
and
one
who was
went to
that?
heaven but him. You
And
agree
who
with
was that?
right?
That was Jesus. That was God.
And Jesus forgot that other people went to heaven. He's wrong. He's not the only person that ascended into heaven.
Apostate.
That's my point.
Apostate. Did Elijah descend from heaven?
He ascended into
Did
heaven.
he descend from heaven?
No, he ascended
Okay,
into
so he did
heaven.
not descend. The only one that descended was God.
Then you're just wrong because this verse says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
And
He's
who
saying
descended?
No one
Jesus.
has ascended to heaven except the one who descended.
And
There's
that
only
was,
one.
yes, and God descended from heaven to be God in flesh.
Okay, listen real close this time. It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. That's saying only Jesus ascended to heaven.
That has descended, which was God.
Let's read it again. No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
Apostate.
This does
Who
not
is the
say
person
no one
that
has ascended
descended
into
from
heaven and also descended to heaven. That's not what it says.
But it's saying that no one has ascended that has descended.
Except the one who descended from heaven.
Which was God. God is Jesus, or Jesus is God in flesh. This is what it's saying.
I'm sure you believe that nonsense, but the
Okay.
point
You
is,
can say it's
Jesus
not, but
is
it
saying he is the only one that ascended into heaven, which is false.
No, it's saying no one has ascended that has descended, which the only one that has descended is God.
It says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
And who descended?
Jesus.
From heaven.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's saying he's the only one that ascended into heaven also, isn't it?
It's a full sentence, apostate.
I know, and I read the whole sentence, and you are changing it. It says no
I'm
one
not changing
has ascended into. Yes, you are. It says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, Jesus. Right? That's saying only Jesus has ever ascended into heaven, and Jesus is wrong because other people ascended into
It's
heaven.
a full sentence, apostate. It's saying that no one has ever descended from heaven and then gone back up to heaven. That's the only one that's done it, and that's Jesus.
I'm going to read the whole thing again for the 5th time, and I need you to listen really close
listened.
because it's not saying what you say it says. It's saying what I'm reading right now. It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one that descended from heaven. So is that saying no one has ascended into heaven except, or is it saying no one has ascended into heaven
It's a
and?
full conversation, lad.
My God.
I'm just saying, bro.
Dude, do you know
have
how
to
words
read full
work?
context.
Do you know how words work? I've just read it like 10 times, and you literally keep changing what it says.
I mean, I'm not changing. I'm just reading the full
Yes, you
exact
are.
passage.
You are changing it over and over and over again. The words are quite clear, but you have this extreme level of cognitive dissonance that's off the charts right now. It's crazy. So let me read it again for you. It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. No one has ascended into heaven except this guy, right? Hello?
It's a full sentence, bro.
I read the whole sentence, start to finish. Dylan?
What's the Is it John? What is it, John what?
It's John chapter 3, verse 13. No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. That's the whole sentence. It does not say what you say. You're saying it says no one has ascended into heaven and also descended from heaven except Jesus. That's not what it says. It says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
Elijah was taken up by a whirlwind and chariot of fire, meaning like God brought him up. Jesus ascended by his own authority.
Into heaven. It literally says the words, he ascended to heaven in a chariot of fire.
There's a difference between ascended on his own will and brought up.
Okay, well, where does it say that's the difference in Scripture here, Mr.
Because
Context?
Jesus is God.
Where does it say that shit?
You literally just read it. It said ascended.
No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. This is saying no one is in heaven but Jesus. How you don't understand that is absolutely beyond me.
Apostate. What does ascend mean?
It means go up.
On his own will, right?
No, you are adding the will part. It says no one has ascended to heaven. That's all you need to know. That's the context.
Sin definition. To ascend means to move upward, rise, climb, or mount towards a higher point, rank, or level. It often describes ascending stairs, hills, or a throne.
No fucking shit, Dylan.
Exactly. It means that you are doing it on your own will.
So now it says, so now let's read it again for the 10th time. No one has ascended into heaven.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That's it.
Yes, but again, Elijah did not ascend. He was brought up. It's different.
You are such a liar, dude. You are
I'm
such
not lying, bro.
You are fucking lying. You're a liar, and it's crazy how willing y'all are to lie on this shit. Let's go. I know. I mean, at the risk of actually reading it to you, I know you're just going to deny what it says, but let's just read it for the hell of it. Yeah, second.
2 Kings 2:11.
Oh, yeah, 2 Kings. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when it says he ascended to heaven, what are you then going to change it to?
2 Kings 2:11. Let's bring it up.
Okay. As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind.
Elijah went up by a whirlwind.
Ascended. It said ascended, didn't it?
Do you want me to?
It said ascended. Did it say ascended or not, Dylan?
It said went up.
Did it say ascended or not?
It said went up.
You are such a fucking liar. You make me want to puke. I just fucking read it to you. It says, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. What did I just fucking read to you?
Went up.
Ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Ascended.
And Elijah went up.
Oh my fucking God. Read the definition again, buddy.
Of ascended? I did. But this says, and
I know,
Elijah
and it says
went
the fuck up, didn't it?
It went up by a whirlwind into heaven.
You are fucking unreal. Are you just fucking with me?
There's a difference between Elijah and Jesus, lad.
One says, no one has ascended to heaven. The other says, Elijah ascended to heaven.
Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven.
You are such a fucking liar. Let me read it again to you since you don't understand words and you're in the worst cognitive dissonance case I've ever seen in my life. And Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. That's me reading it right now. It says ascended in a whirlwind to heaven.
Elijah went up.
He ascended to fucking heaven, Dylan.
Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. Which
That's
means he was
that
brought
makes Jesus
up.
Wrong, doesn't it?
Elijah was brought up by something, right? Jesus ascended by himself. That's the difference.
Where does it say that? You know what? Fuck you, man. You are such a fucking liar. I can't stomach a conversation with you any second longer. Pathetic. Let's move on to somebody capable of a coherent fucking thought. It's pathetic, dude. Pathetic. What a fucking liar. This is the brain rot that comes with this fucking religion, man. Like, unfucking real. Unreal. It really is, like, Ascended, ascended. Definition of ascended. It says ascended. It doesn't mean ascended. It's free will ascension. Like, dude, you are such a liar. Such a fucking liar. Unreal. Ugh.
Hey,
Hey,
how we
are
doing?
you there? Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
You 13?
Hey, I disagree with the statement that you said. God is not justice, love, or kindness. God is injustice, evil, and cruelty. Because
You're a Christian,
if
though, right?
God, oh yeah, I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic.
Okay, cool. All right,
Um,
go ahead.
so if the God of the Bible is truly evil and cruel, then wouldn't that make the very concepts of like, injustice, evil, and cruelty lose all of its objective meaning? Because then, you're rendering your accusation as, I mean, it renders your accusation as incoherent because there would be no transcendent moral standard to judge him, right? So like that
No, I think that's
statement
what y'all are doing, actually, because we have the standard of justice, and the second you apply it to God, He's going to fail. No matter what standard you use, God's going to fail it. So I would say that it's actually Christians who are negating the entire standard of justice or just not having one to begin with. If you're going to say God is just, because He clearly does things that are not just by anyone's definition, including God's.
Well, okay, so what would be an example that you have of him doing something that wasn't just?
Punishing innocent people for the crimes of the guilty.
What would be like what though? Give me a exact example if you can. Just enlighten me. I'm here
Uh,
to learn.
yeah, yeah. Well, like when He orders the slaughter of the Amalekites, He orders the entire group of people genocided, and He's doing it because they opposed the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. The problem is that was 400 years prior. The people who's actually being genocided had nothing to do with opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. He's punishing people 16 generations later. And my favorite example to use straight up of this, where God does the deed Himself, is when David commits adultery with Bathsheba. It says the Lord struck the child whom uh, Bathsheba bore to David, and it died. Like, He punished the child for what David did. Like, the child obviously had nothing to do with the adultery with Bathsheba. It was just a product. But
Okay.
the
Okay. So
literally just the
let's I
baby is the
guess
one who suffers and dies.
right, right. Let's start with the first one that you said that the Lord you said that God committed genocide on the people, the Amalekite people, right?
Yeah, the Amalekites.
So is the direct like verbiage that they use, does it say utterly destroyed, or did it say
Yeah.
utterly destroyed? So if we're talking about how people spoke in the translations from Latin to Greek, utterly destroyed was commonly used with like a stance of like a military domination. It did not literally mean utterly destroyed. So like the interpretations of how the Bible is itself, right? It's a translation after translation after translation. So like it's if you take the English version of the Bible and you take it at face value, that's you're missing the point of the religion itself, right? It's all about how you're supposed to
So
interpret
what's the
things,
point? Not to
and
listen to the Bible because it's unreliable and mistranslated?
you were never supposed to read the Bible and take it literally. That's the
Well, that's
point
weird
of
because in
religion.
Matthew it
It's
literally says, let the reader understand. So it's like it
so
wants whoever's
so
reading it to understand it.
Right, right. You're supposed to comprehend and apply stories to yourself because
Exactly.
the way that I believe, right, is that there's nuance to everything, correct? So for somebody to obviously take a book like the Bible and take it for face value and apply it directly and almost explicitly how it says, right, without interpreting and converting the information that you're taking and applying it to your life that's different from everyone else's, that's not the point of the Bible. And I think that's where the Catholic Church itself failed. I think that the doctrine that they instilled was never the doctrine of what it needed to be. Because
I agree.
you have, for an example, right, you have the Spanish Inquisition, right? So, or any of the Crusades. Those are people that took the Bible for exactly how it was and then they turned it into law, which resulted in the torture and deaths of thousands of people. So I mean, every Catholic ever knows that the Spanish Inquisition was bad, right? But that's not what Jesus was saying at all. That's the one thing that I think is misconstrued with the religion as a whole, is because
Sure, but what's misconstrued about this passage about the Amalekites?
So we're talking about the Amalekites, the I believe they're Canaanite descent, right? Or am I dead wrong?
Oh, they could be, yeah.
So
They're in
the
land of
importance,
Canaan,
I
that's
say.
for sure.
Yep. So the Canaanite people, are you familiar with what they were doing, practicing, and doing to young children?
Yeah, the same
Their
thing
whole
the
thing was,
Israelites were doing.
yeah. So they were worshiping a deity called Moloch and sacrificing children to it. So I mean, that's
Well,
obvious.
Moloch isn't actually a deity.
Well,
But
just for the sake of this,
yeah, it doesn't really matter though. But God wasn't mad that they were sacrificing children. He was mad that they were sacrificing children to other gods and not to him like he told them to.
well, see, but if we're going to talk about, like, the historical aspect on it, I keep getting a phone call, man. My bad. There was never a time where human sacrifice was involved with the Christian religion at all. There was never a time where we were idolizing
Wait,
a
what happened to
idol
Jesus?
to it. What's that?
Didn't y'all sacrifice Jesus in a human sacrifice ritual?
No. He sacrificed himself, right?
That's
Because it was the people
he's a
that
human
wanted
though,
him.
ain't he?
He's human and God in the same. So he
So it
sacrificed
was a
himself
human sacrifice
for us to
ritual.
have salvation. Sacrificing, that assumes that you are forcing someone else to die for your cause. You can't. You can sacrifice yourself, but then there's no
Yeah,
other
but it was
implications that
still
are
a
negative
human
on anybody
sacrifice
else.
ritual, whether it was a human doing it or not. It was still a human sacrifice that God implemented it into his plan. Like, human sacrifice was God's plan from the start, apparently.
I mean, how is that? Because, like, the people that nailed him to the cross, they weren't. That wasn't a sacrifice. They weren't killing him for something. They were killing him because he was saying what he was saying. So that alone, right? Like, he wasn't
So
sacrificed.
so so the crucifixion wasn't part of God's plan.
That was part of God's plan. It was the ultimate test of humility and faith, right? Like, that was what needed to
Right.
happen. So,
So
right,
it's part
like,
of God's plan that a human gets sacrificed to fix whatever problem he's fixing.
but see, there's the duality of it, because he's also God, right? He says that he is God.
Yeah, but he's doing human sacrifice.
So how can you sacrifice a human when you're God, right? Like, that's the part that, like,
By,
yeah, it doesn't
by
make sense.
nailing him to a stick, apparently.
I mean, like, but, like, what I'm saying is, like, I'm not even disagreeing with you, but, like, it's all about, right? Like, I think that the reason that Jesus sacrificed himself was to preserve everyone else's soul, right? It wasn't
No,
a
no, no. It
sacrifice
wasn't
to.
Jesus' will to be sacrificed. He says this explicitly. This says this is God's will, not his. He begged God to remove this burden from him, and God wouldn't do it.
Right. But then he also says that God's will is my will. That was a saying that he said.
No,
So
no, he didn't. No, that is not
I
what he
mean,
said.
it was along those lines. I would like to go back and, like, I don't want to go on teacup, because, like, I know that you have a lot of people probably lined up to get on, but, like,
Wow.
I mean, no, like, that was his thing, was that, God's will is his will. Like, that was a general message
sir,
that he was
that is
trying to
not
portray.
right. No, Jesus explicitly says, "Do your will and not mine." Jesus wanted this burden removed from him. And he says, "But do your will and not mine." He says, "Let your will be done."
Oh shit! What was it? Your will be done, right? Wasn't that the
Yeah.
exact saying?
Yeah, not
Yeah.
his. He wanted the burden removed from him. He was clearly separating their wills. Jesus had the opposite will of God because he didn't want to die.
Right. So, do you think that self-sacrifice and sacrificing something? Do you think that there's a difference between that, or do you think that's the same?
Well, I mean, it's different because it's different things getting sacrificed. But
Do you think that one is? Do
but
you
either
think it's
way, this
one is
can't be
more
considered
noble?
justice. Like one innocent man is supposedly getting human sacrifice blood ritual for everybody else. Like that's not justice. Like if justice would be everybody getting wiped out in a flood again, except for Jesus, that would be actual justice if he was the only perfect one. Which that's not even true either. There was other righteous people in the Bible, but
But I mean, right? So like self-sacrifice in itself is a conversation that I think like a lot of people that they don't have that. Like I mean,
well, neither does Jesus. He
like
didn't
you just said
sacrifice
though,
himself.
he sacrificed himself, like you said. It wasn't
No, he
his
didn't.
will,
He
but he
asked
followed
God
it.
not to do it to him. He was begging God not to make it happen, and God wouldn't do it. The only reason Jesus was sacrificed is because it was God's will.
So why? So okay. So do you believe that Jesus exists? That he was he a real
Uh,
person?
he was probably, maybe. I don't know. There's no evidence for that, so
I
I don't know.
mean, so if you're assuming that he existed and he is human, do you assume that God exists?
No.
So if you assume that God doesn't exist, then why wouldn't what he did be self-sacrifice? If it was God's will, you're assuming that God exists and told him what to do. But now if you're taking
Well,
it
I'm not
from face
assuming
value,
that. I'm just basing it on the scripture. You're saying it was Jesus's will to sacrifice himself, and I'm saying based on scripture, that's absolutely not the case. It was the opposite of his will. That's just I'm not assuming
okay,
God,
oh, yeah,
right?
so
I'm just using the
okay,
scripture.
okay, I'll take that back because yeah, that's just the literal yeah. Um,
Oh,
I guess like I kind of lost my train of thought here, but like yeah, I think yeah, whatever,
well, I
I
mean, I
agree.
don't think this God or religion is true because there's too many problems with this. It all fails. There's failed prophecies. Like whoever wrote the New Testament doesn't have a clue what's going on in the Old Testament because the Old Testament ends on eternal covenants being made. Like they end after the Babylonian captivity. And those were all eternal covenants that were never supposed to be broken again. So, I mean, the Old Testament on its own fails. And then here comes the New Testament just straight up fabricating prophecies that have nothing to do with actual prophecies about Jesus. Like they're clearly making this story up. It's literally written as fiction. I mean, I have to tell you that, but it really is. It's writing stuff that's just straight up not true when they could have just read the Old Testament.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, that's all right. I'll get out of here. You can get someone else up here. I gotta go anyways.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I appreciate you talking to me though. Uh, damn. Why do I feel kind of bad about that? If you couldn't tell by the beautiful Kang's English that I'm speaking here, I am from North Alabama. Oh boy. Oh man, what a day it's been. What a day it's been. The in my personal life experience, this accent that I got either works for you and people like it and think it's funny, or it works against you and people think you're an inbred redneck kick. There's not much in between there. It's either one or the other, and it's usually the other. But anyway, all right. Well, let's bring up another one and see if we can. Crusoe, did you request back up on purpose? Let me know in the comments if you did. Cliff Bernard. Let me try. Hey, the simple.
How you doing, man?
Doing good, buddy. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 31.
Cool. And you're one of the Christians?
Huh? Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Cool, man. So, what do you want to address here? Do you disagree with the topic? Did you hear
No,
something you already wanted to jump in on?
no, honestly, I just came in and I requested. I didn't really hear much of the last conversation, but I mean, I would like to say, like, to address your topic, like when when Jesus pretty much gives us the two major commandments, to love God with all your heart and love your neighbor with like how you love yourself. How is that evil?
Well, those two on their own isn't evil, but I mean, it's Levitic law. So Levitic law says to love your neighbor as
Right.
yourself, but it also says you can have slaves. Later on in a different book, it tells them to eat your neighbors. So I mean, it's kind of hard to pay attention to some of the good passages when it's
Well,
overshadowed by 10 bad ones.
well, for if you're being honest here, man, like, do you see any Christians? Do you see any
You
Christians?
cut out, man.
Yeah, I got a call. I was gonna say, if you were being honest, do you see any Christians that are eating people?
No.
Okay, so I mean, obviously, then
Well,
it's
if
not
you're
cool.
being honest, is there anywhere in the Bible where God makes anyone eat their own children?
I haven't not heard of something like that. That's crazy.
Well, you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, let's read it.
All right. This is from Jeremiah 19, and it says, I will make this city a horror, a thing to be hissed at, and everyone who passes by it will be horrified and hiss because of all its disasters. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh
Oh
of their
yeah.
daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress with which their lives, those who seek their lives, afflict them. See, thus says the Lord of hosts, I am now bringing upon the city and upon all its towns all the disaster that I have pronounced against it, because they have stiffened their necks, refusing to hear my words.
So
So
this
he literally makes the Israelites eat their own kids.
so to address you honestly, man, is that your claim was that God instructed people to eat the kids, which is very incorrect.
It
God,
says, and I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and
yeah,
also eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege. How am I being dishonest by reading that?
because your claim was that God instructs you to eat your kids, so it's not like that. But the whole thing is that
I didn't say God instructs you to eat your kids. I said he makes them eat their kids.
yeah, okay. Well, this passage is like it's symbolism. Like it's like war. It's like war language.
It's not symbolism. I've read it to you where it says, I am now bringing upon the city and all the towns all the disasters that I pronounced against it. That's one of the
Yeah.
disasters he pronounces against it. It's the proclamation
Yeah,
against
yeah,
Jerusalem.
yeah. I know. It's just like if I were to say like if the Rockets are gonna murder the other team or whatever. It's kind of like that. That is it's just a it's this is back in
This
the
is a
day.
prophecy from God.
Yeah, no, this is him telling them that the city's gonna go down. Yeah, for sure. But it's not gonna be. It's not
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah, he's
not.
pronouncing a bunch of disasters against them and then making it happen. It literally says that. You heard me, right?
But what I'm trying to say is that it's symbolism. It's not actually about like them eating the children. But it is gonna be the city.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, man.
He says he's going to destroy the city. It literally comes true. It describes it from an inside perspective in Lamentations chapter 2. Like, this literally happens. This isn't hyperbole or metaphorical. Like, this is a
Yeah,
proclamation
I'm
against
saying
Jerusalem.
he does instruct his people to destroy that city, I think, or whatever. But it
The
doesn't mean
Babylonians.
yeah, the Babylonians because they were sacrificing babies and stuff like that. They were doing terrible things.
That's what the Israelites are doing. That's why he's punishing them.
But I mean, you kind of know where I stand on that. But like just to kind of sum it up, though, I feel like it's just like why do you find it beneficial to if Jesus all he taught was love and everything like that, and he set a perfect example, turn the other cheek, uh, love your neighbor like you love yourself.
I don't think he set a perfect example.
Okay, what did Jesus do that wasn't perfect?
A bunch of stuff. I think he has bad morals. He tells bad little stories here. He's fine with slavery, apparently. He even tells cute little stories about using slaves as like analogous to a story.
You do know that the slavery I mean, I'm pretty sure you've heard this before, man. Like slavery in the Bible is different than what we saw like in this day. Like back
No,
then,
it's the same thing. It's owning people as property.
well, back then it was like people. There was a lot of like people that would love to be a slave. Like it's kind of like a job. It was like a job that, yeah.
Did you just say people love to be slaves?
Yeah, but back in the time, like not the slave definition of you using now. I'm talking about like back in the day. It was like a place where, um,
Back in what day?
where whatever you're referring to.
If you don't know what I'm referring to, then how do you know about the time that I'm referring to?
Well, I know about it though, like in the Old Testament, right?
You can't honestly come up here and say back then they loved being slaves.
Yeah, it was. You got a house, you got a place to live. It was harsh times back then. You could either die or you.
Yeah, African Americans in the antebellum South, they got housing too. They put them up. Is that
If I
cool?
was
Did
gonna,
they
if
love
I,
being slaves in the antebellum South?
huh?
Did they love being slaves in the antebellum South like 150 years ago, 200 years ago?
200 years ago, that's bad. I'm not talking about that time, bro.
It's the same thing. Like those slaves were getting food and they got a house.
Here, hold on, let me pull up something for you, man. So, are you like an atheist?
Yeah.
You don't believe that God created this whole world or
No.
universe? Do you would you say the probability is like zero, or is it like point zero 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 zero
Oh,
zero?
the probability of this God is definitely zero.
I'm talking about just any God.
I mean, I think so, but I
You-
don't know about any God, but I definitely know this God isn't.
Okay, so if you would accept that there could be the smallest probability of any God existing, then that God would have to be the would have to be all powerful, all knowing, and everywhere, omnipresent. So then you would have to concede that if it's possible in another world that there's a God that exists, it exists in this world. Does that make sense?
What does that have to do with slavery?
Okay. Well, slavery. When I go back to that, we can go into the.
Well, I thought that's what we was talking about. I thought you had some sort of relevant point there. I didn't know you was trying to pivot. Have you ever read Second Kings
Okay.
chapter 4? It
So what
says, "Now the wife of a member of the company of prophets cried to Elisha, and it says, 'Your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that your servant feared the Lord, but a creditor has come to take two of my children as slaves.'" So a creditor taking children as slaves means to you that the children love being slaves and they consented to being slaves.
So what I'm seeing online is that like biblically slavery was like debt based, and so you had a debt that you had to pay.
What?
Yeah.
No.
I,
It forbids debt slavery. It says you can have chattel slaves though, but he forbids debt slavery.
debt.
You've got it backwards.
I don't know, man.
Here,
Like,
I'll just read it. You can tell me what you think it means. It says, "If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves." That's pretty
yeah,
clear, isn't it?
it says they got legal protections too over here in the Mosaic Law. It says included notable protections if a master knocked or like hurt any type of slave, then the slave should be set free or
No, it
whatever.
says you can beat them as long as they don't die within a day or two.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, I will read that in a second. But what do you think this means? It says, "If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves." What do you reckon that means?
If they become so in debt to you they can't pay it back, don't you can't put them in slavery? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You did it. Good job.
Yeah.
You did it. You comprehended the words. Good job. So now tell me what you think this means. "But as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born into your land, and they may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit
I
as
mean, they can say
property.
that I'm talking about the
These
slavery
you may
back.
treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness."
It
What do you
says
reckon that means?
I mean, dude, like from just to move on from the slavery topic. Biblically, like I can give you all the explanation of like it was a very different type of slavery than what we see modern.
What makes it different?
Because it's you're talking about a time where people were dying from poverty, where they couldn't even survive on their own with the harsh conditions. Like people had like it was almost like a job. It really was, man. I'm serious. It was almost like a job, and it was something that was
So we just read where it says, if any who are impoverished try to sell themselves to you, you may not make them slaves. It says you
yeah.
can't do that.
That's yeah.
And then it says, as
wanna
for
know
the
that?
male and female slaves whom you
Oh
may
my gosh,
have,
bro!
you
Read
may
the quote.
acquire them, right?
Read the quote. It says if you can, like it says if you're so impoverished that you cannot escape after 7 years, like you can't be free. The slave can't be free after 7 years. Don't do it. It's not fair.
That's not what this is.
Okay, read the whole
That's
thing.
what Exodus says. This is Leviticus. And in
Read the whole
Leviticus,
thing.
it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. And right after
Yes.
that, it says,
Yeah,
as for the
exactly.
male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the
Okay,
nations
wait.
around you that you may acquire male and female slaves.
Let me pull that up. What was that? Where is that, man? What's that?
Leviticus 25, 39 through 46. This actually goes directly. This is a nice little contradiction here, actually, because this in Leviticus it's saying you cannot make someone trying to sell themselves to you serve as a slave. In Exodus, it says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th year he shall go out a free person. Unless you give him a wife and child and he wants to stay with them, then he has to commit to you for life. So in Exodus, it's saying you
Okay, so
a
I
male
would say,
Hebrew, you make them serve 6 years. And Leviticus is saying you can't make them serve as a slave at all. And then it also says in Exodus, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall
God
not go
brought,
out as
yeah,
the male slaves do.
this is about when God brought Israel out of slavery in Egypt. So Israelites belong to God, not to them, not to other men. That's what that is referring to. But
When you belong to somebody for 6 years, unless you want to commit to life and keep the wife and child that your master gave you.
like I'm dude, the thing is, man, like you're talking about a time where slavery was a thing, and it was like it had a
Yeah, but
very
it didn't
different
have to
definition.
be a thing. God could have forbid it. He said, if someone tries to sell from you, don't make them serve as slaves.
I know,
Like, why
but
didn't he just go above that and say, hey, maybe not make anybody serve as a slave?
well, that's what happened, man. Jesus had to come down and be like,
That's not what happened.
yeah, well, that's what Jesus said in the New Testament. He said, move towards a principle that collapses this distinction entirely. He said, there is neither Jew or Gentile, slave nor free. Galatians 3:28. Many
He
theologians
says, in the eyes of God.
as a part of an unfolding moral story in Scripture, where the full picture requires reading the Bible, not just one passage in isolation.
Saying there's neither slave nor free in the eyes of God isn't abolishing slavery. It's just saying in the eyes of God, you can be whatever. There's no social class in the eyes of God. But it clearly says you can own slaves.
The crazy part is that it's what I find so interesting about this is that it's like you guys are seeing Christians with slaves nowadays, or like doing something bad. When have you ever seen a Christian that has a slave? Why are you pointing to something that's
They
like,
abolished it 150 years ago. Before
yeah,
then, Christians had slaves.
well, I know, and also a lot of different nations had slaves.
Yeah. There is currently no one in the United States that owns a slave, at least not legally.
Yeah, I know, man. And
But
Christians don't want
150
to.
years ago, there was a whole bunch of Christians that owned slaves. As a matter of
Okay.
fact, the Atlantic slave trade started because of Catholicism and the Pope.
The whole point is that they were treated like a hired worker. So, and they were
No, they
also
weren't.
strictly forbidden from treating them harshly.
No, they weren't. Like, we
Huh?
just read a passage that discredits what you just said. It says, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you for them to inherit as property. It says, these you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So it's saying these foreigners, you can absolutely treat them like slaves,
I got a
but not
question.
Israelites.
I got a question for you, man. Honestly. Okay, well, let's move on. So, is there anything in the New Testament that you have a problem with?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
Okay, good. Bring up something in the New Testament.
Jesus doesn't fulfill a single prophecy in the context of the Old Testament, and the New
I,
Testament is just
Isaiah
straight up making
53.
up prophecies about the guy.
Isaiah 53, when he was supposed to be traded for 30 pieces of silver, and it also was traded for 30
There's
pieces.
nothing in Isaiah 53 about 50 pieces of silver.
Well, the whole Isaiah 53 is his prophecy. You want to read it?
There's nothing about silver in there.
Okay, yeah. The silver part is in a different place,
You're
but
you're misquoting a prophecy.
yeah, no. Isaiah 53 is different than the silver. But how about we read this real quick, and you tell me who's it talking about? Surely he took
It's
up our
talking about
pain,
Israel.
bore our suffering, yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by him, afflicted, but he was pierced for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that peace was the punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. We all like sheep have gone astray, for each of us has turned our own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of all of us. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. This is when they asked him, did you whatever? He didn't defend himself. He was led like a lamb to the slaughter, as a sheep as a sheep before its shearers is silent. He did not open his mouth by oppression, and judgment was taken away. Yet who of this generation, whatever, blah blah. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. He was assigned to the. Oh, this is a good one. He was assigned a grave with the wicked. This was a prophecy that he was right next to the thief, and with the rich in his death. Though he had done no violence, he didn't commit a crime or nor any deceit with his mouth. He didn't do any of that. So yet it was the Lord's will to crush him and cause him to suffer, and the Lord makes his life an offering for sin, and we will see his offering, prolong his days. I mean, this is talking about Jesus. Like,
It's definitely not talking about Jesus.
who is that talking about, man?
It's talking about Israel. It tells you that like
Okay,
nine
great,
times leading up to this.
great. Do you know what Israel means in Hebrew?
What?
There you go. Yep. Let's translate what Israel means in Hebrew. Google it.
What does it mean? What do you think it means?
It means a man who struggles with God. Isn't that
Wrestles with
beautiful?
God, more specifically, yeah.
Okay, so isn't
You
that
don't wrestle with God though.
Yeah, I do. Anybody that wants to pursue life after
All
this
right.
is definitely God.
All right. Well, let's talk about Isaiah chapter 53, the suffering servant here. So, are words and language actually important to you? Do you care about context?
I love context, bro. I mean, I just
All
told you.
right.
You
So
just
let's
said
let's
it's
read a
about
few lines here. Let's
my
read.
question. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You already knew what Israel was in Hebrew. Why did you Google it real quick?
Huh?
Or did you Google what Israel meant before you asked me? Or did you not know
No.
prior to this conversation?
No, it means those who wrestle with God. Yeah,
I know, but did you know that prior to this conversation today?
yeah, I know that.
So why would you act like you didn't know?
It's irrelevant for one thing, but I wanted to say what you said. But anyway, let's read some
How is it
verses from
irrelevant?
Isaiah
Look, can we talk
53
about
here,
that?
and you can
Hold
tell
on.
me how this is possibly a prophecy about something that's going to happen in the future.
Go ahead, man.
All right. It says, He was despised and rejected by others.
Yeah, he was.
Was, not will be, was.
This is past. You don't know all your tenses that you can speak in.
Yeah, this is past tense. That means
Okay.
it's not a prophecy.
Okay, hold on.
It says,
Hold on.
Surely
Let's
He
see
has
if you know
borne our
language.
iniquities and
Let's see if
carried
you-
our
let's see if you
diseases.
know
This
your-
is past tense language.
I'll tell you what, man. I came in when you were talking about your accent, and I'll tell you what. I like the accent, but do you know all your tenses? How much there are? In
Yeah, I
English?
do. So when
How
it
much-
says,
how much are
but
they?
He was wounded for our
How much
transgressions,
tenses?
that
I'm
means
gonna-
someone was all. Can you listen for a second? It says, but He was wounded for our transgressions. That means someone was already wounded, doesn't it?
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to address that. Do you know how many tenses
go
there
ahead.
are in the English language, or
Three.
even in language? There's 12.
What?
Yeah,
Is past future tense?
there is. Yeah, there is. I'm gonna pull them up for you. Want to pull it up?
No, I want you to tell me how when it says this is past tense that it's possibly a prophecy about something in the future.
There's 12 main verb tenses based on 3 times: past, present, and future. There we go. Yeah, I have to educate you, man. So do
Yeah.
you got verb
Okay,
tenses.
so it says, but he was wounded for our transgressions,
He
crushed
had
for
been.
our iniquities. That means it's already happened.
Yeah, that's past perfect. He had
I
uploaded
know.
videos. He had Okay, when I say he had uploaded videos on YouTube, or he was uploading videos on YouTube, or he uploaded videos on YouTube. These are all past. He
I
had
know
been.
that. That means that you cannot be telling me that this is a prophecy about the future when you're saying someone has already uploaded videos. That means it's already happened.
There's past perfect.
Why
There's
would I think
even
it's about the future when you're using past tense language? Why would I possibly think you mean that somebody is in the future going to upload a YouTube video if you tell me the words
I
someone
know.
has
So
uploaded a
okay,
video?
I see what you're saying. I mean, I would say it's kind of like he's telling a story about what will come, but he's telling it in the past. That's how all prophecies were made in the Old Testament.
No, they
They tell them
weren't.
like they already
That's
happened.
ridiculous.
Just imagine somebody like that is like, oh, like he's in a prophetic state, right? And he's like he's telling people what will come, but he's telling it in the way that it's already happened. It's kind of like that.
If I say the words to you, someone was crushed, why in the world would you take that as meaning someone will be crushed later?
Because he is speaking in a prophetic state.
That's not how language works, man. If you're
That's
speaking
how the Bible
prophetically, you
works.
say
That's how the
this
Bible.
will happen,
Okay,
not that it
exactly.
already happened. That
But
makes
that's
no
how the.
sense at
But
all.
if you were a theologian, you would understand that all prophecies is like.
No, that's bullshit. No, that's bullshit, man.
All right. Do you
I'll give you
wanna?
the best example in the entire Bible. This has both. So in Isaiah chapter 9, it says, listen to the words here. It says, for a child has been born to us, a son given to us. Authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, right? So it's saying a son has been born to us, a son given to us. That means they have the child. It was given to them already. And in the very next verse, it says, great will be his authority, and there shall be endless peace. That means this child is going to do this stuff later, right?
Even the Jews don't think it's in the past.
Now you're just lying, man.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk about the 30 silvers?
From Zechariah?
Yeah. You know your
Yeah,
Bible
so why does
so.
Matthew
But you know your
why does
Bible so
Matthew say
well.
that's from Jeremiah when it's
You
from
know your
Zechariah?
Bible so well, man. What are you running from? You know it so
I'm
well. I'm proud of you, man. I mean, dang, that's good.
I definitely know it better than you.
I mean, it's I don't. You might. I mean, you might. You've done a lot of research. You've done a lot of work. Like, dang, that's good, man.
Well, thanks, but I really wish you would address what I'm telling you here.
All right, what is he saying, man? I'm proud of you, man. That's crazy.
I'm telling you cannot have prophecy about the future in past tense. Like it makes no sense at all to say something has already happened and
All
expect
right.
people to think that means something is going to happen later.
Let me ask you this
That's
then.
completely illogical.
Who is Isaiah? What is Isaiah 53 describing then?
Israel. It tells you that
But I
8 or
told
9
you.
times
But I told
explicitly.
you. But I told you Israel. You know what Israel means? The man who struggles with God. Sounds like you struggling with God, man.
It doesn't I don't struggle with this God, but
I mean,
you realize it tells you explicitly who the servant is like 8 or 9 times leading up to chapter 53, right?
so I have a question for you then. The time that Isaiah was written was 150 BC, over a century before Jesus,
It was
right?
written over 500 years before Jesus.
Yeah, but whatever. So I
That's
mean,
not even how prophecy works. Prophecies don't go that far in the future, man. That's why I'm saying this is a big mess.
Revelation. What do you mean?
It don't. That's listen. In the
Well, okay,
Old Testament, In Deuteronomy
Oh,
18,
okay,
God
Psalm
tells
22.
you, if a prophet comes to you and speaks something in my name and it doesn't happen, then it's not from me, and that prophet has to be unalived.
Okay,
So a
so
prophet, by
I'm
definition,
gonna show
would
you.
have to be making a prophecy for their lifetime, so you would know that if it's happening or not.
So okay, so pull up Psalm 22 then.
Okay.
You know
What
about
about it?
Psalm 22? If you know Psalm 22, I'm gonna literally be so
You're
impressed.
about to, yeah, and you're about to run into the same problem that you have in Isaiah
That,
53. It's all,
no, but I pulled up Psalm 22 because it's not speaking in the past.
it's speaking in the present in first person. This is David. He's
Yeah,
lamenting to God. This is the
yeah,
opposite of a prophecy.
yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
he said it's but the details. So it says pierced hands and feet, casting lots for garments. What is that?
It
Casting,
said, for my clothing, they cast lots.
casting, no,
Not that
casting.
they will cast lots.
No,
They
it says
are casting lots. This is
yeah.
David in first person speaking in the present tense all through the thing.
Gosh, bro. I mean, this is why we have Jewish people. I mean, obviously, a lot of people rejected Jesus, but I mean,
Yeah, it's because they knew
I think
these
that's
prophecies weren't about Jesus, and they knew that the New Testament was lying.
I mean,
That's
I,
who the Pharisees were. They were the
but
scholars
the
of the time.
prophecy,
The Pharisees are the ones who knew this scripture. That's why how they knew Jesus was bogus.
bro,
That's why he got executed.
but the beauty of it is that he knew that God wrote it, knowing that he was gonna get rejected. That was his whole thing. Even Jesus was
What?
talking about, yeah. Even Jesus was talking about I'm like he was talking about how he's gonna lay his life down about it. Even Jesus knew the mission. He was talking about it. He knew that he was gonna get rejected. They knew that, like another prophecy was that he was gonna be born in the line of David, born in Bethlehem, born of a virgin. Like,
None of that's even actual prophecies about Jesus, I mean. Have you ever read Micah 5? Yes.
oh, that's Micah 5. Yeah, that's also. Do you, dude? Do you have a notepad in front of you? You are a walking Bible.
Sure. It says, but you are Bethlehem of
Oh,
Ephrathah, who
dang,
are
I
one of
got
the little clans of
there's a
Judah.
disconnect.
Yeah,
Hold
it
on.
says Bethlehem is a clan, not a town.
Well, you got a response. You've done a lot of work, man. What's holding you back, brother? What's holding you back? Join
These
the
problems
Patreon.
that I'm bringing up and the bad excuses that Christians give me for them, that's
But
what's
the
holding me
crazy,
back.
I'm gonna speak so honestly and genuinely. Do you know that Jesus, the people when he resurrected, people still didn't believe Jesus?
Yeah, why would they?
That's the
He
beauty about
can't
it,
even
man.
get things right about the Old Testament. You're
The beauty
saying this
about it.
guy is God and he doesn't even know his own book.
Why did Jesus say, "Put your fingers through my hands," and they still didn't believe it?
Hey, if Jesus shows up right now and I get to finger the holes in his hands, then I will accept Jesus.
But that's the crazy part is, man, you can either be the guy that puts his finger through the hands and then believes, or put his finger through the hands and be like, no, I'm hallucinating. At the end of the day, it's where you're putting your faith. Where's your faith in right now? You just know
Well,
God?
congratulations, you believe something that has no validation whatsoever.
I mean, I
And
have
it's
enough
not even a
validation.
good belief system. It's completely flawed. Like, this is
But
utterly
when I
insane.
the
This is a
crazy.
bad joke, is what it is.
So why do you think in Zechariah, the 30 pieces of silver, what is that talking about?
That's just talking about like the right kind, being the right kind of ruler or the right kind of shepherd in the analogy. But
But
there's
how is it?
like, look,
What are
Matthew
the
says
odds?
that. Listen, Matthew says that's a prophecy from Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Matthew don't even know what book it's in. It's in Zechariah. It's not Jeremiah. So Matthew don't even know which prophet he's quoting.
Well, then that gives you more validity that this is not just forged. This is not just like written and
It's,
just.
dude,
It's not just
no.
forged. This is like
If
what.
he was correct in everything he said, I would still be a Christian. But there's immense problems with the words here. He's getting everything wrong. He can't even count.
Bro, okay, but can I ask you a question? What are the odds that it's 30 pieces of silver, though?
That's not an actual prophecy about Jesus, and Matthew doesn't even
What
get
is
the
it about?
prophecy right. Every
could it be?
single prophecy, it's about being the right kind of shepherd. It's not a prophecy about Jesus. It doesn't say anybody's going to be portrayed for 30 pieces of silver. That's just another misquote
You're
of the New
saying
Testament.
you're
They're
saying
lying about the Old Testament.
you're saying that in Matthew he referred to the different gospel. You're saying who referred?
Well, Matthew quotes that prophecy and says Jesus is fulfilling a prophecy from Jeremiah about being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. So, first of all, he quotes the wrong prophet. It's not in Jeremiah, it's in Zechariah. So, he got the prophet wrong. Second of all, it's not a prophecy about being betrayed by anybody. It's about being the right type of shepherd. It says he takes 30 pieces of silver and throws it in the temple. That's it.
Hold on,
There's no prophecy about being betrayed by anybody.
let me see something real quick. Matthew is blending two passages together. The most widely accepted answer would be
Don't accept
Zechariah,
that.
Zechariah, the 30 pieces of silver, the potter. Jeremiah 19 is the potter's field and innocent blood being shed in it. Yeah. So Jeremiah is about the potter's field and the innocent blood. It's like a whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, literally every prophecy that the New Testament is saying Jesus is fulfilling is literally just misquoted and taken out of context. Every single one of them.
But like, okay,
Some of them are just completely made up. They're not even in the Old Testament.
but Jeremiah is about the potter's field. It's referring to the same story. In
Where does it say anything in Jeremiah about 30 pieces of silver?
it's talking about the potter, and in Zechariah it's talking about the potter too. Because
There's nothing in Jeremiah about 30 pieces of silver.
Jeremiah 19 specifically mentions the valley of Ben Hinnom, right? And it's placed in association with the innocent blood and pottery. Jeremiah 32 has him physically buying a field as a prophetic sign, not the only prophet actually do that. And Zechariah,
And what does Jeremiah 19 have anything to do with the Messiah?
because it's a whole story, and Zechariah provides the number 30 pieces of silver and the potter detail of that what was in Jeremiah. It's all one story. It's all one book, man.
Jeremiah 19 has absolutely squat to do with the Messiah.
How about this?
It's a proclamation against Jerusalem for their sins. It has nothing to do with
All right, how about
a Messiah being betrayed.
How about this? I'm gonna ask you an honest, genuine question, because I know you know your Bible. At this point, you know you're a walking Bible. So, is there one prophecy, just one, that you think is a little questionable?
Literally every one of them that they say is about Jesus is questionable, and he doesn't fulfill a single one of them.
No, not questionable. Like, is there one prophecy that you think is fulfilled? At least one.
Oh yeah, yeah. In Deuteronomy, I can't remember if it's 13 or 18, but God says He's going to send a false prophet to test you and see if you'll stop keeping the law. So I think Jesus fulfilled that.
Oh, so are you Jewish?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Christian because the New Testament is wrong, and I'm not a Jew because the Old Testament is also wrong because these prophecies also fail. And these are even more explicit than the New Testament, really.
But like for Isaiah 53, I told you that it means man who struggles with God, and you didn't want to accept that.
I accepted what Israel means, but it doesn't mean anything to the prophecy in Isaiah chapter 53. Isaiah chapter 53 is not about what Isaiah means.
You want to know what's so
Or, I
crazy?
mean, what Israel means.
Is that when I read Isaiah 53, I thought it was so crazy. I thought I was in the New Testament. I thought they were talking about Jesus.
Hey, I'll give you this. If you don't read anything but the first 8 or 9 verses in 53, it does sound like Jesus. But if you read all the chapters leading up to it, it has nothing to do with Jesus, even kind of close to sort of about Jesus. It's not about a Messiah at all.
I respect that. I can.
Like, just for example,
so that's good.
Listen to the very first question here. It says, "Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" That's the first verse in chapter 53. Mm-hmm. Can you answer the questions?
Who has the arm? Say that again.
It says, "Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" Question mark.
Yeah, who? I don't know. I'm
You
not
don't
sure.
know?
No, you tell me, man. You know your Bible better than me. What is it talking
All
about?
right, cool. Well, here, I'll read it to you. It's in chapter 52, right before the suffering servant song starts. It says, "The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God."
Okay, great. It's talking about being saved.
So, to whom has the Lord, to whom has his arm been revealed?
To the nation of Israel?
Let me read it again. It says, "The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all nations."
All nations?
Right. So when chapter 53 starts and it says, "To whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" it's asking a rhetorical question that it gave you the answer to right before the suffering servant song
All
started.
nations, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the point of chapter 53, is that all the nations are witnessing this happen at that moment.
But
They're
that's
the ones seeing
impossible.
this.
That's impossible, man.
How is that impossible?
It's impossible today because all nations know about Jesus today.
Of course, this is 2,500 years ago.
But like 2,500 years ago, all nations wouldn't. That even proves my point even further. How would all nations know about Jesus or whatever
They
they're
didn't.
talking
This
about?
is a this is a failed prophecy from the Old Testament. And it's
Dude,
actually 53 isn't even a prophecy. Arguably, it's
all right,
it's
how about,
a
can I
song
ask
of the
you?
servant.
Can I ask you how do you know so much about the Bible?
I actually read it
And so why?
to have conversations like. Well, I used to be a Christian, so I read it as a Christian, but now I'm an atheist, so now I just read it to other people because it's dangerous rhetoric that everybody's getting wrong and using it wrongly
Okay, so all
and
right,
basing their life decision. I'm just trying to help out humanity, basically,
yeah,
because
okay.
people are basing decisions and voting and stuff based on all this nonsense. So obviously, if you're basing a decision on a bad model of why you're basing it on that, it can lead to very bad things.
I hear you, man. I mean, I kind of I respect like your intentions are good, but like for example, I'm a Christian, right? And I feel like I have like peace in my life, and I have hope in the future after this. Like when my brother, my mother died, like okay, like it just gives me peace, love, and it kind of gives me a good moral standing, right? Why would you think that that is leading me astray? Like, why would you want me to be like, nah, leave Jesus, bro? Like, you don't need that.
I mean, if it's bringing you peace and stuff, that's fine. I'm not trying to get you to leave, but if you're going to come up here and talk to me on a debate page, then we're going to debate this. You know what I mean?
I respect it, bro. I feel like me and you would be friends in real life. Like, it's not a problem.
I'm an atheist. I've lost people close to me too, but I'm an atheist. I have peace. I don't need, you don't need Christianity for any of that. You can get it through reason.
Did you go through grief?
Yeah, of course.
That's terrible, man. But like, okay, so when you're grieving it, did it probably? Let me ask you this, man. Did it make you sour? Like, oh dang, my one of my close friends or whoever you lost died. Did it make you feel like, why would God do that?
No.
Oh, so it didn't make you bitter like that happened. So you were
No, I
atheist.
mean, it'd be like saying one of your friends died and you were like, what, did you consider what Thor thought about that? Did Thor mess you up?
Well,
Like,
like
no, you don't consider that. You don't believe in Thor. It's a ridiculous question.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So to me, God's the same way. Like when someone dies, I don't be like, oh God, why? Like it doesn't enter my mind. Like
So, did you believe that a man Jesus existed and said the stuff that he said?
he might have. There's pretty much no evidence for that. So I could probably be convinced either way, honestly. But there's no evidence he was real. I don't think it's crazy to assume there was a guy like Jesus running around first century
I don't think so.
Israel.
By the way,
But
bro, even
as
Jesus.
far as Jesus the person, he definitely didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's crazy for you not to believe. By the way, like I think Jesus even said, like he said, bless those who believe that and have not seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like it is a big it takes a certain amount of faith and a certain amount of just
Bro,
letting go. Yeah, go ahead.
And I would almost be okay with that if this actually made sense. But you're literally putting your faith in something that don't make any sense. It's riddled with problems. Like there's giant, immense problems with these texts.
But like, okay, so we've been
And
talking
it's
for
like
about
I
30
said, it's
minutes.
literally written as fiction, man. It's
Show
a,
me
it's a
one.
fictional story.
Show me one problem. I haven't found one yet.
I've showed you a bunch so far.
But I
Jesus
have.
doesn't actually fulfill any of these prophecies. The New Testament is straight up making up prophecies and saying Jesus fulfilled them.
That's the crazy part, bro. Like, dang, what are you talking about? He didn't fulfill. I mean, but I see it as fulfillment. Like,
I can show you. It's not even hard.
okay, show me, please. Pull me something else, man. Like,
All right, perfect. I got
I
you.
got an open mind just like you, man. I really do. If
Cool,
if,
cool.
if you bring up something I don't got an answer to it, I'm like, damn, okay, maybe I got to reconsider. But like, I don't. I have.
Well, you're about to be reconsidering then. So, okay. So in Matthew chapter 2, well, in the first two chapters of Matthew, in chapter 1 and 2, he gives 5 explicit prophecies, and he says Jesus fulfills these prophecies. So let's read one of them. And it says, actually, I'll read a couple verses so we got the context. It says, but when he had heard that Archelaus was ruling in Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And after being warned in a dream, he went away to the district of Galilee. There he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. So can you show me anywhere in the Old Testament where there is a prophecy saying anybody will be called a Nazarene?
Yeah, anyone that came from Nazareth was called a Nazarene. They were all
Okay,
talking.
well, show me where the prophecy that he's quoting is at. He's quoting a prophecy. He's saying that which had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. So show me where the prophets spoke this.
Okay, 1 second. Let me just do a quick Google search here.
Go ahead.
One- Born in Bethlehem is called the
That's
Nazarene.
from Micah 5:2. That's a different one. And that's
Oh,
also
I
in Master
see.
chapter 2. We'll get to that one.
So, but this is what I'm trying to say. Like, okay, so he's born in Bethlehem, which is no one really kind of disagrees with that, right? You disagree with the born in Bethlehem too?
Yeah, we'll get to that one in a second. That one's in here too. That one's also in Matthew chapter 2.
So this is
But
okay.
I want to see where the prophets spoke the words, he will be called a Nazarene. Because that's what Matthew's doing. He's quoting prophecies here.
But so if it says, hold on, let me pull it up real quick. Isaiah 11, a branch of the Lord. Yeah, so Nazarenes were considered to be specifically carried a reputation of being uneducated and with the low class. Like it's kind of like saying like from the hood. You know what I'm saying? He gonna come from the hood.
So you're saying there's a prophecy in Isaiah chapter 11 that says he will be called a Nazarene.
No, I'm referring to when Matthew said that.
Yeah, but he's saying prophets spoke these words. So where are the prophets speaking these words?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he's making up a prophecy that's not in there. I could save you the trouble of Googling it. You're not going to find it. There's no prophecy about anybody being called. Nazareth wasn't even a place back then.
Hold on, let me see. So number 6. Did you know about number 6?
No.
All right, let's go pull up number 6 real quick.
The closest you'll possibly get to that quote there is from, I think it's from Judges 12, but it's talking about Samson, and it says something about a Nazarite. but it doesn't say anybody will be called a Nazarene. That's completely fabricated.
Mm, okay, so let me see here. There's a couple of them. Matthew deliberately settled his family in Nazareth, a town where those names echoed in Hebrew word Nazar, branch, the dominant Masonic image running through the Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Zechariah. Living in Nazareth meant that Jesus would also carry the social stigma of being called a Galilean nobody, fulfilling prophetic prophecy and of a despised and rejected servant. Matthew uses the prophets plurality intentionally because he is pointing to the both of these threads simultaneously, the branch theme and rejected service name theme.
That's fantastic. Where's the prophets quoting this? It's not in there, man.
Well, it's kind of like a like a theme he's talking about.
It's not a theme. Like the first, there's this. That's the fifth prophecy in the first two chapters of Matthew. There's four more, and he's quoting prophets from the Old Testament. And every other quote, all the four before this, are actual quotes from prophets. Even though he changes them, they're actually there at least. There is no prophecy at all about anybody being called a Nazarene anywhere in the Old Testament. It's not in the Hebrew Bible.
But
Matthew
so
misquoted
Isaiah,
something else from somewhere else that he thought he read. I don't know what it was, a mistranslation or a misunderstanding of something, but there's no prophecy anywhere. This is a completely made up on Matthew's part.
oh yeah, so this is it. So this is what I'm trying to say. You got to look into the original Hebrew, bro. So if you go to Isaiah 11, right? Isaiah 11, and it says 11:1, and it says he will shoot up from the stump of Jesse, from his roots a branch will bear fruit, right? And so if you look at the word shoot, it would translate to, how does this name bring forward? It would translate to Nizar in Hebrew.
Does it translate to Nazareth?
No, Nizar.
Does it translate to Nazareth?
Hold on, let me see here.
It doesn't.
I mean, it's like kind of the theme, man.
If anything has happened here from Isaiah 11, it's that Matthew has misinterpreted what Isaiah 11 was saying here. He misread something. There's no prophecy about anybody being called a Nazarene. Nazareth wasn't even a place back then. It might have been some sort of little settlement, but it wasn't Nazareth.
But I mean, that's kind of also prophetic. Like he came from Bethlehem, and
You can't fulfill a prophecy that doesn't exist. It's not prophetic if it's not even a prophecy. That's the problem here.
it's like a branch. It's more of a branch language. Like from Isaiah 53 too. He grew up from him like a tender shoot. There's this tender shoot that keeps coming up from Isaiah Isaiah that literally means Nazar. And hold on, let's look up what Netzer means.
Nazareth is a place. Matthew is explicitly stating that
Branch. Oh my gosh,
it
bro! It
was
means branch,
spoken through the prophets.
bro. It means it will literally. Nizar means a branch. So it's literally gonna be the prophetic. So does that make sense? So it's like the city of Nazareth is gonna be it's pretty much telling you it's a branch. It's gonna be a place of Nazareth.
No, this is saying he will be called a Nazarene. That's what Matthew's quoting prophecies. That's what he's doing here in this chapter. He quotes Micah 5. He quotes Jeremiah 31. He quotes, what's the other one?
It's like the thing is
Yeah.
the word
He quotes Hosea 11, also not even a prophecy, and he quotes Isaiah 7.
So
So
the word,
he's giving prophecies that are there. They're quotes
yeah,
from prophecies that are there.
yeah.
There's no prophecy about a Nazarene. That's why I brought that one up.
So but the thing is there is a prophecy about netzer, which also means a branch, or shoot sprouts, often referring to a
But
young.
that doesn't have anything to do with what Matthew is saying. Matthew is saying they fled Egypt and made their home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. He's saying they went to Nazareth and fulfilled a prophecy about being a Nazarene, but it's not there. He's misquoting it.
Let me see.
Like verse 23 straight up says it, man. It says, there he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that
In the
what had been
day of
spoken
the
through the prophets might be fulfilled. This is about being from Nazareth. But Nazareth wasn't even a place.
called Nazareth. So it says, a branch of the Lord shall be beautiful and glorious. A branch. They keep saying it's the prophecies from being a branch shall grow out from the roots. A branch of righteousness. A branch of righteousness. All these different prophetic.
Dude, Isaiah 11 is about a Messiah coming from David, from the line of David. That's all a stump of Jesse. That's David's father, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just saying the Messiah is going to come from the line of David. What Matthew is quoting down here has nothing to do with that. It says, there he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. He's saying he went to Nazareth, the town, and fulfilled a prophecy about being from that town. There's no prophecy about that. That don't have nothing to do with a branch from the stump of Jesse.
I don't know. I think I hear what you're saying. It does make sense, what like your argument, but I would still kind of say like it's not specifically says the word Nazarene, but it's almost like it's poetic language. Like it's saying that it's going to come from the root of Nazareth.
Prophecies aren't poetic, man. They're specific. Prophecies have to be understandable.
But no, but you have to understand the way that linguistically was said. Like it's a branch language. So Nezer means it's almost like a type of do you have another one, man? Like I kind of feel like we're going in circles here. I mean, I tell you
Yeah,
what.
but because you refuse to address what Matthew is actually saying.
I don't see it that much. Like it's kind of I don't see it that being that crazy. Matthew, what is it?
Like
Matthew,
he
what?
says it in the line. He says, there he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He's saying he went to Nazareth, made his home there, and fulfilled a prophecy.
But they said that
That
he
don't
was
have
gonna be.
nothing to do with a branch of Jesse.
But okay, but is Bethlehem is in Nazareth? I mean, not Bethlehem. What is it? What is the city that he was born in? Bethlehem, yeah. But so him being born in Bethlehem does not count the prophecy.
No, that's a different prophecy. We'll go to that one next, I promise.
No, but
That's a different one.
Nazareth,
And it has its own issues.
But is it Nazareth in Bethlehem?
No.
How's that no? How's that no?
It's a different town. Bethleham's Bethlehem and Nazareth is Nazareth. It's two different towns. It's like New York and Chicago. It's two different places. That's why I'm saying none of this is actually even a good story, because they're trying to shove Jesus into all these categories that he can't possibly be in some of them at the same time. That's why this is utterly ridiculous, because you can't have all this stuff happening at the same time.
Oh,
Like
it's located.
reality just doesn't work like that. You can't fulfill a prophecy about being born in Bethlehem and also fulfill a prophecy about being born in Nazareth. Like, it's impossible.
Branch. I mean, there's an explanation for it's the branch of Nazareth prophecies was fulfilled by him being raised in Nazareth. That's how I see.
Okay, so where is a prophecy in the Old Testament about being raised in Nazareth?
A skeptic might say Matthew invented the Bethlehem birth to match Micah 5:2, but here's the real problem. If Matthew was fabricating details, he would have kept Jesus in Bethlehem, David's city, which carried a more prophetic weight. Instead, he moves the family to an obscure northern town that isn't even mentioned in the Old Testament. That is not what someone manufacturing a prophecy would do.
Bro, you're not reading good AI, man.
That's Claude, bro. Claude is the best AI, bro. What are you talking about?
No, it's not, because in Matthew chapter 2, Jesus fulfills a prophecy about being born in Bethlehem and Nazareth. That's impossible. You can't have it both ways.
I just feel like
That's why the story is such a mess, because Matthew is desperate to have Jesus fulfilling these prophecies. The problem is, he can't. It's impossible to fill several of these prophecies because some of them ain't even there, and the other ones are all just taken out of context. Like, just for example, like, listen to the words real careful here. This is also from Matthew chapter 2. And it says, they told him in Bethlehem of Judea, for so it had been written by the prophet. And you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means the least among the rulers of Judah. From you shall come forth a ruler who is to shepherd my people, Israel. So there's also a prophecy in Matthew chapter 2 about being born in Bethlehem. Right?
so. I think here's what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying, man. I really do. I get your argument. He says he says he will be called a Nazarene, right? And Matthew,
Yeah, and he also says he made his home in a town called Nazareth to fulfill this prophecy. So making his home in Nazareth was fulfilling the prophecy. The problem is there's no prophecy anywhere in the Old Testament about making your home in Nazareth. It doesn't exist.
oh, I see what you're saying. So I don't know. I'm seeing what I got it. Okay, so it's saying that the prophecies are not about the town; they're about the title. So Nezer means branch and shoot. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that it will come from the stump of Jesse. It will be raised. Jeremiah says it will be raised by David, righteous branch, which is what Nazareth, or whatever means. Do you get what I'm saying, bro? Like you're saying Matthew, he will be called a Nazarene, right?
Matthew is quoting prophets saying he will be called a Nazarene. He's quoting prophets saying that. First of all, there's no prophets to say that. That's no prophecy.
Isaiah 53.
Second of all,
who had believed our message, and to whom have the arm of Jehovah, this is the American Standard Version, had been revealed. For he grew up with him before a tender plant, and the root of the dry ground has no form. There you go.
yeah, and if you read chapter 60, it says they are the shoot that I planted. Israel. It's still talking about Israel.
Man who struggles with God.
And that's a them, not a he.
Bro, you know your Bible so freaking well, man. Jeez.
Yeah, I wish you would listen to me because none of this is making sense.
But like, you know
Do
what?
you want to
like,
get
you
to the
know-
actual Bethlehem prophecy? Because that's one Matthew's quoting that's at least actually in there, even though he's changing it. It's at least in there.
Okay, let's go to that.
Okay, so let's read Matthew first. And it says, he told him in Bethlehem of Judea, for so it had been written by the prophet, and you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means the least among the rulers of Judah. For from you shall come forth a ruler who is to shepherd my people, Israel. So Matthew is again quoting a prophecy from the Old Testament about Bethlehem, right?
Yeah.
Now this one is in there, and it's in Micah chapter 5.
Yeah.
The problem is that if you just read it, it doesn't say Bethlehem is a town, and it doesn't say anybody's going to be born there. That's another misquote from Matthew. And it says, this is the actual verse from Micah 5 too. I'm going to read it. It says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are one of the little clans of Judah. Bethlehem of Ephrathah is a clan, not a town. So it's saying you are going to come from the clan of Bethlehem, which is the line of David. That's that's who founded the clan of David. That's where he's from. So it's saying it's a clan. Like, you can be outside of Bethlehem and still be born from that clan. You just wouldn't be in Bethlehem. But this isn't a prophecy about being born in Bethlehem. It's about being born from the clan of David. And it has another part to it. It says, one who is to rule in Israel. Jesus never ruled in Israel, not for a second. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Hold on.
So Matthew's not even quoting the prophecy properly. He's changing it. But if you just read the actual prophecies, Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are one of the little clans of Judah. It says it's a clan of Judah, not a town. It never says Bethlehem's a town.
Born in Bethlehem. So, so if Matthew invented the Bethlehem birth to match Micah 5:2, why does John 7 record people challenging Jesus like on this exact issue?
They're just making up stories, man.
But like you can't say that. What the hell? What do you mean? Why would there be? John never corrects them.
The whole thing is made up. Like that's what I was saying earlier. This is literally written as fiction. It's recording things that they couldn't possibly have known unless you just made it up. Like just for example, if you read the earliest Greek manuscripts of Mark, every single one of them ends at chapter 16, verse 8. And that's where Mary Magdalene and her friend are told by the young man in white that Jesus has risen and to go and tell the disciples, right? But every single Greek manuscript ends with Mary Magdalene saying, but they were terrified and amazed and they told no one. The end. That's the end of the story. So in reality, if they wouldn't have told anyone, nobody would have even known that. That's what I'm saying. It was made up. They're making this up. Like there's a whole conversation with Jesus alone with Satan in the desert for 40 days. I mean, like no one was there to hear that and accurately record it. That's how we know this is being made up. It's a made up story. Well, just like these ridiculous renderings of these prophecies here.
Well, Jesus was telling people on all his disciples about what happened, and then his disciples wrote it down.
Yeah, but he was wrong. There's no reason to believe him. He doesn't even know what's going on in the Old Testament. Why would I think this is a dude who knows anything about God or the Bible when he doesn't know anything about God or the Bible? Well, it's not even evident in the Bible.
He does, man. He literally does, though. I don't understand.
He don't. He says in John chapter 3 that no one has ascended into heaven but him. Do you know he said that?
So let me see. John chapter 3.
Yeah, John chapter 3, verse 13. It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
Where John chapter 3, where does it say that?
Verse 13.
No one has ever gone to. Okay, so it says, "You are Israel teacher," and Jesus said, "And do you not understand these things? Verily, I tell to you, we speak of what we know, and we testify what we have seen. But still, you people do not accept our testimony. I have spoken to you of earthly things, and you do not believe. How then can I speak to you of heavenly things? No one has ever gone to heaven except the one who came down from heaven, the Son of Man." Yeah. So he's pretty much saying, like, I know of heavenly things.
Well, listen to the words there in verse 13. It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. So Jesus is saying no one has ever ascended into heaven but him, right?
No one has ever. What he's saying is that no one has ever gone to heaven and also been able to speak about it. So, like, for example,
that's not what it says in my version. In my version, it says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
Exactly. So he's pretty much saying, like, I see what's behind the curtain. No one else can tell you this.
Right. He's saying no one else has ascended to heaven, right?
But dude, he's replying to the people about how do you know these? Who are you? Pretty much, they're asking him, like, who are you then? And then he's pretty much saying, like, no one has ever seen heaven and come down from heaven, or no one has ascended to heaven and come down from heaven to tell you about heavenly things that you guys are not even going to be able to wrap your head around. That's what it's about.
And again, this line that I'm reading says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. So Jesus is saying no one has ascended into heaven but him. He's the only one.
No one has ever gone to heaven, gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man.
Yeah, it says that in John. I think it says it in chapter 4 too. No one has ever gone to heaven.
Hold on, let me see. I mean, the way I read it on face value is no one has been able to come down. No one has ever been able to freaking see what heaven's like and tell you about it. He's
Is Jesus saying no one has ascended into heaven but him or not?
The thing is, man, like you're reading it way too literally. He's making a claim about divine authority and firsthand knowledge.
Well, if Jesus is saying he's the only one that ascended into heaven, I have no choice but to read it literally.
You're picking out just a small verse and not reading the whole context.
You don't need extra context to know that Jesus is saying no one has ascended into heaven but him.
I think it's saying Jesus is not saying that no one goes to heaven. He's saying that no.
He's in the actual context of the verse. He's saying, I'm the only one who's been to heaven. You need to listen to me because I'm the only one who's went and seen it.
Yeah, exactly. You just said it. I'm the only one who went and seen it, and I can talk to you about it.
Perfect. Okay, that's where I was trying to get you this whole time.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, no one has.
Jesus is literally the only one who's been there and seen it.
No one has the vantage point that he does.
Except the other people that ascended into heaven. Jesus was wrong.
Has anyone else descended from heaven?
It doesn't say that. It says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
That's crazy, bro. I mean, he's reading to he's asking the whole story's about people are walking up to Jesus and they're like, "Hey, man, what the heck are you saying?" He's like, "No one has been to heaven and descended from heaven like me. I tell you about earthly things and you don't believe it. What would happen if I told you about the heavenly things?" He's not making a statement that no one has been to heaven.
It says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
He's making a statement on his vantage point.
I know that. And he's saying no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. He's saying no one has ever ascended to heaven but him. Which is incorrect.
Why would you think that's incorrect, though?
Because Elijah and Enoch also ascended into heaven. It says it verbatim.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you take it like that, but I mean, dude.
It's what it says. If words have meanings, then Jesus can't be right here. If words actually mean words and have definitions, then we need to hold these words to that, or else you can just make it say whatever you want.
But it's like a story, though. You see how when I read it, I immediately went to like, this is like she's talking about like no one knows what's behind the veil, pretty much.
Yeah, but my point isn't what he's talking about. My point is what he's saying. He's saying no one ascended into heaven but him, but he's wrong.
But he's actually super right that no one has seen heaven and came here for you guys to tell you about it. That's not a factual statement. No one has descended from heaven.
It says no one has ascended to heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
Yeah.
Y'all, the last guy kept changing this just like you're doing. He kept saying, and no, he was telling me I was wrong. It was saying that no one has ascended to heaven and descended from heaven but Jesus. But that's not what it says. It says no one has ascended to heaven except the one who descended from heaven. It doesn't say no one has ascended to heaven and descended from heaven. It says except descended from heaven. That's what I'm saying. Words are important. Words have meanings.
But like when you read a book, you kind of gotta see. Like this is why Jesus spoke in analogies. A lot of it was analogies. You know,
parables.
Parables. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. You want to read a Jesus parable?
Yeah, let's read it.
Okay. This is my favorite one. I won't read the whole thing,
and
but
also,
the last line is...
Before we move on, how do we know that no one has ascended to heaven, like their actual person versus their spirit?
because it says a person ascended into heaven.
It says no. He didn't say that. He said there's no one that. What did he say?
In 2 Kings chapter 2, it says Elijah ascended to heaven in a whirlwind. A whirlwind.
Elijah's
So
spirit.
Elisha went to heaven too.
Yeah, but his spirit did, not his body.
No, it says his body. It says two guys were walking together and they were separated by fire and smoke. And Elijah ascended into heaven. His body, it was gone. There was two people walking, left with one. That's a bodily ascension.
What was the thing you were gonna bring up?
Oh, that was the parable in Luke chapter 19. And Jesus ends his cute little parable here by saying, "But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence."
Okay, where did he say that? Let me see. A man, Jesus entered Jericho, passing through. A man was there named Zacharias. He was a chief tax collector and wealthy. He wanted to see who Jesus was.
Wait. You're reading the whole chapter.
Yeah, where is it? The 10 minas? 10 minas?
That's the parable of 10 minas or 10 pounds, yeah. Jesus is telling about a little parable about a ruler who goes off and
He replied.
accepts his rulership.
He replied, "I tell you that everyone who has more will be given, but the one who is nothing should be taken away. But those enemies of mine who did not want me to be king over them, bring them here and kill them in front of me."
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain this. So this is, yeah. Um, yeah, he wasn't endorsing literal killing. He was just using a familiar, like, political story, speaking in apocalyptic parable language, and was pretty much um, warning that rejecting his kingship has eternal consequences. It's a parable.
Yeah, I know it's a parable.
Yeah, what's wrong
But
with
it's
that?
awfully coincidental that Jesus is talking about not accepting his rule over them and slaughtering people who won't accept it when he's literally about to fulfill a prophecy about being a ruler, a king of the world.
I mean, I see it as a parable about it. Say that again, what you just said?
He's telling a parable about a king.
People in the comments. People in the comments hate me, bro. What is this, man? Damn.
Oh, some of them hate me too. Don't worry about that. Don't pay, they're all psychos. Don't pay
Just
attention to
because
them.
I'm using Claude, man, I don't use ChatGPT. Come on, I'm elevated. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Well, Jesus is telling a parable about not accepting somebody's rulership over them and slaughtering them who won't accept it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Jesus is literally about to fulfill a prophecy about being a king. He's going to ride into Jerusalem on a donkey and accept his kingship. And it even says in one of the lines when he's fulfilling this cute little prophecy here, "Blessed is the king who comes in the name of the Lord." Like he's calling himself a king. So
Yeah.
it's awfully coincidental that he's telling a parable about slaughtering people who won't accept his rule when he's literally about to fulfill a prophecy about being king of the world.
I don't see how that's problematic.
You don't see how it's problematic. Really?
He was made king and returned home. He's talking about a parable of the 10 minas, and then later on,
And what is he on the way? What is he about to do when he gets to Jerusalem?
he's about to walk in as a king. They're gonna say that about him.
Yeah, he's about to be a king. And right before that, he tells a cute little parable about slaughtering people who won't accept his rule.
He didn't say slaughtering people. Is that if you don't accept Jesus, you're gonna end up just die. Like you're gonna
Slaughtered in his presence.
have that parable about pretty much if you don't accept Jesus, you're gonna end up with no life after you die.
Except he thinks he's literally about to be a king.
It's the truth. It's the truth. If you have two options in life, you can either be with God or you don't be with God. And the don't be with God is that you're dead. You just die when you die.
He's going to slaughter you, right?
Well, it's a parable about just death. You know.
Well, why is he bringing up people not accepting this rule being slaughtered in his presence?
So he's telling a parable. It wasn't that he's actually telling people that, but
parables have points.
Yeah, the point is that's what I'm trying to tell you. The point is that if you don't accept Jesus, you're gonna end up dead.
Accept him as a king?
Yeah, he's my king.
Yeah.
But
if you don't accept Jesus as a king, he's going to slaughter you in his presence.
You're just gonna be dead. It's the parable is about if you don't accept the way the truth.
Yeah, usually when you get slaughtered, you're dead after that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's everyone's choice. It's a free will. Like you're gonna either.
That's not a free will choice, man. Love me or die is not a free will choice. That's a.
How is that not free will? If it's not, how is it not free
will?
Because
by definition, free will is being able to make a choice free of coercion or restraint.
Yeah, but
if the choice is love me or die, then that's not a free choice.
Did you correct yourself? Did you choose life?
What?
Did you choose your life to be alive?
No.
You just got it given to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were given life, and then for you to have free will, you can either continue to have life, or you can choose that. Oh no, I don't like this God. I don't want to have life. You don't want the love or whatever. So you reject it and you die.
Well, I'll take death over serving.
There you go. That's
garbage.
That's how beautiful it is. You have free will. That's the whole point.
That's beautiful to you.
Yeah, like you don't want it. So the point is that like
we have vastly different opinions on what is beautiful and what's not. Like to me, beautiful would be like, "Hey, I came and saved everybody. Congratulations."
But exactly. But what about the people that don't want to be saved? They actually don't.
Who don't want to be saved just because they don't want
to? You just said it.
Eternal life and glory and eternal peace isn't for me. I'll reject that. But what's being rejected here is this ridiculous story.
You just professed out of your mouth that you would rather die.
Yeah, I would rather die than serve the shit of a God who allows slavery, who punishes people for being used. Like, this is not good. There's no scenario where I'm worshiping a God that I I despise this God. It's a horrible, horrible deity, and nobody should worship this God, and especially Jesus.
Jesus is God, man.
Yeah, I know, and he's shit. He's garbage. This is a horrible deity.
How is that horrible, man? It's literally he created the world, right? This is how I view it.
He says to kill your kids and have slaves. This is not good.
So
he makes them eat their kids.
Let me just give you my perspective. I understand yours, and I respect it. Like it's your choice. But this is how I view it. I view it as, in the beginning, God created, like he had infinite. He's God, so he's just completely infinite, all knowing, all good, all whatever, all powerful. And he was like, okay, I want to create a creation that are not robots, right? They're not just gonna like obey me because he wants his creation to have free will.
And he tries to control people through fear
and follow. No, just wait. So then what he did was he was like, oh, I'm gonna create Adam and Eve. Oh, they have sinned against me, right? Like pretty much when he created Adam and Eve, they had eternal life. They were gonna live forever. It was heaven on earth. It was all perfect. And then they introduced sin, which led to death. And so now that because there's death in the situation and there's sin, Well, in order for you to in order for an all powerful God to fix that situation, He needs to reconcile that connection. And in order for you to reconcile that connection, for them to have free will, though, for it, you have to have a scenario where they follow you willingly out of love. You can't just tell them like, oh,
He doesn't tell anybody to follow him out of love. He tries to do it through fear.
how did he do it after? How does he do it out of fear?
It literally says it over and over and over and over and over again. He did it to terrify them. They were terrified and amazed. It's all about fear. He controls
That's
people
crazy.
through fear.
That's crazy you say that, though. The number one most quoted verse in the whole Bible is "Do not fear." Did you know that?
Did you know how many times it says do fear?
Well, yeah, you're supposed to fear. If you have an all-powerful, all-knowing God, you're supposed to have
Yeah,
fear.
it says the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. Like
Yeah, I
literally the
believe that.
reason
I
God
really
does
believe that.
everything is for him. He says, I did this to terrify them. I
Yeah,
gave them
absolutely.
laws so that when you stone the disobedient child to death, it says all of Israel will see this and fear. It's about fear. Like even
Well,
Paul says, it is a
yeah,
fearful thing to fall into the hands of the
I
living
believe.
God. That way you
I
better be
believe.
saved. It's
I
about fear.
believe fear
It's
is good.
it's
When
an
you have a,
emotion-based religion.
all right, how about this? When you have a son, right? You have a son, and he doesn't fear your ass. He's like, "Fuck you." He's just talking shit to you all the time. Whatever. You have no. He has no fear of you. That guy's just gonna be the biggest. Like you would see him as almost an imbecile. Like you're kind of not wise at all. Like you don't understand. I'm way more older than you. I've got way more experience than you. I can lead you right and like you. I've lived through your life. So that would your son would almost be like a fool, right? But if you have fear, you would understand that there's a bigger God out there. You're a finite being. Imagine an infinite God. You're a finite human being with a flesh brain, versus an infinite God that created the whole universe. If you can't acknowledge if you can't acknowledge the difference in that, then that would be foolish. But if you do, that would be wise. That's why the beginning of wisdom is fear, is because you have an acknowledgement of what's going on in the world. It's not just like an arrogant like, oh, I just
Yeah, I got you. Fear is great. Yeah, we get it.
yeah, that's my point. I mean, that's how I see it. I see it as beautiful, actually. I literally feel like if you reject, um, if you want to accept that we came from rocks and whatever, millions of years of just synapses and biology or whatever it is, with no direction, no anything, I feel like that's foolish.
Yeah, clearly this ridiculous story is the way to go. So in Ezekiel 25, it says, Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts and offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so they might know that I am the Lord their God.
Yeah.
He literally does this through the whole Testament. He makes them sacrifice their own kids to horrify them, so they'll be so scared of this powerful God, and it doesn't work. Over and over and over again, they abandon God, and He gets pissed and destroys people over and over and over again. It's almost like this all-knowing God don't have a fucking clue how to get people to properly respond to Him.
I mean, I would say the proper way to get people to respond would be, I don't know, out of fear.
Complete and utter obedience, disregard of your own understanding,
Well,
of
the
your own
problem-
emotion, and obedience to this deity is what He wants.
The problem is when the fall of man happened, people were trying to have a connection. Those people were trying to follow God.
God could have easily prevented that whole fiasco, man.
But how could you prevent that fiasco and give people the
Because He was guarding the trees. When He kicked them out of the garden, He placed guards at the trees. Maybe put the guard around the tree before you kick them out of the garden. Like
that-
maybe
that
then
would-
they couldn't have
that would
got to it, and they
eliminate-
wouldn't have ate the fruit in the first place.
that would eliminate free will if you don't let them have the
They
option.
didn't have free will, man. They didn't have a concept of right or wrong. They haven't ate the fruit yet. That's how they got the knowledge of good and evil. They couldn't have understood that it was a bad thing to disobey Him.
Yeah, no, they did know that because He said, "Don't do that."
Yeah, but they wouldn't have understood that it was a bad thing because they had no concept of right
That's
or
the
wrong.
whole point.
If you
didn't
can't understand that something's wrong, then you don't
have to
know
have
that it's
proof.
wrong to do it.
Yeah, if you can't understand if something's wrong, but your father tells you don't put your hand on that stove, and you're like,
He says, "Don't do it or you'll die."
Yeah, exactly. If you were a
They
father, you're
didn't
like,
even know what death was. They didn't have a concept of death. That was,
yeah,
it
and
would be
also
like
your
me
son.
telling you, like right now, I'm going to tell you, don't touch this tree or else you're going to forgurgle.
Yeah.
What's that mean to you?
I'm gonna be like, oh,
Exactly. You
I
don't
don't
have
know
a
what
fucking clue what
forgurgle,
it
I
means.
don't
You
know what
have no
forgurgle is.
concept of forgurgling. Like,
I
it
don't know
means
what
nothing.
I'll be like, I don't know what forgurgle is, but I'm gonna listen to you.
I know. They, in the same way you don't know what forgurgle is, they don't know what death is.
That's the same way if you have a freaking toddler, you're like, don't jump off that bridge. You'll die. He's like, what is death?
Exactly. So why in the
So
fuck
why
would
would
you
he?
tell a
Why
kid
would
not to do it, and when they do it, you kill them? That makes no sense.
it just leads to death?
I know. And you're talking about an all-knowing God who didn't want these things. If he didn't want those things, it could have been really, really easily prevented.
I mean, I see it in a different way. I see it if I tell my son not to do something, he doesn't always have to understand all the consequences for him to listen to me. And if he does do the thing that I said don't do it, he gonna find out. He gonna find out what happens. That's what
Yeah,
happens.
and the point was to
And then
educate your
what is a good father
child
do? And then what does a
or
good
to
father do?
warn him. You have to give him all the information. You say, listen, don't do this. If you do, it's really going to hurt you.
He
You
did.
need to not do it. But if they do it, you don't punish them and every grandchild after them for eternity. This is a stupid, stupid story.
He did, bro. He did reconcile it with Jesus, man. He came in. He was like, "I love you guys. I'm gonna fix this all for you. All you got to do
That
now."
was thousands of years later.
Yeah, but all those people that so
Hey,
so
I'm going to make a problem for all of humanity, but don't worry. I'll fix it in 2,000 years. Great solution.
at the same time, it's like you're talking about it. You know what an infinite is. Infinite is like an idea that you cannot even wrap your head around. Like you're talking about 100. Your life is 100 years, but an eternity is just like not even on the scale. You're talking
Okay,
about
so.
an infinite being, like a
Well, for
thousand
an
years.
infinite, all-knowing being, this God seems pretty damn stupid.
But so what the crazy part is that in the Old Testament, God gave. Why did you think He gave all those the prophets and all those things laws and very severe consequences if you didn't
I
follow
know
them?
why he did it in
Because
the
He
Old
was given.
Testament. Why
He
why
gave.
he did it according to the New Testament is totally different.
He was no. Because let me tell you why. He was so fair as a God. He was like, I'm gonna give them the chance to
Fair.
reconcile. Yes, I'm gonna give them. I'm
Fair
gonna give
would
them.
be letting everyone in the garden unless you fuck up, and then you get kicked out of the garden for what you did. That would actually be fair. Fair is not
Hold on.
the very first two humans messing it up for everybody afterwards, and
Fair,
all people, including women, being punished forever. Like none of that
dude.
stopped.
Dude, you okay? But that's from your finite brain. But if you from a bigger perspective,
It's
He
common
gave
sense, man. It should
from
be
a
common sense anyway,
from
I
a
would
from a
think.
bigger perspective. God gave all those people in the Old Testament. There was three times that He tried to get them to follow the right way. So He gave His creation a chance to reconcile, to fix everything that happened, and then they failed three times, and then He was like,
They
"Okay,
didn't
I'm
fix
gonna do it
shit.
now." Huh?
We're still in the same situation. Nothing was fixed.
How do you know that, man? You live 100 years. You can live in eternity with God.
Where's the
In
garden?
heaven. Huh?
Do you see a garden?
I
Do
don't see
do
no
women
God.
have painful childbirth?
Yeah, they do have painful childbirth. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then God instilled that punishment with Adam and Eve, and it's
Dude,
still
what type
going on
of
right now.
you
Nothing
know,
got fixed.
bro? What type of world? Everything is yin and yang, bro. Everything has a cost. Everything it's all fair, bro. Like, oh, yeah, childbirth is painful, so it's bad.
It's
But
not
that's kind
fair.
of
That's the
you're
whole point.
creating a
Life is
whole.
not fair.
What if it was? How do you know with your finite brain that if it was so easy to create babies and it was like no cost to it, like it's something beautiful that happens. It's like there's a cost
I
to it.
don't need
There's a
an
struggle.
infinite mind to know that punishing people for what, like, if you ate the fruit and every single human after you got punished, I don't need to be a genius or need an infinite mind to know that that's not right.
But okay, honestly, but from my perspective, is I know I'm not a perfect person. I fuck up. I do shit that's bad. So I was like, oh, so I need a savior. So that's how you would accept God. Are you perfect?
To be saved from what?
Saved from your sin? Are you perfect?
Your sin. So God makes up sins, and if you commit them, He saves you from the sins that He allowed you to permit.
I didn't make that, man.
Yeah,
Hold on.
God did. That's what I'm saying.
So-
You're saying you're saved from God.
I'm saved from my sins that I do on a daily basis with my free will, right?
And
Are
sin
you
is
perfect?
against God, right?
Can you answer the question, bro? Are you perfect? Do you
No.
struggle with shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, right? So that's what I mean by
Am
sometimes
I an all-knowing, perfect God?
no.
Oh, okay. Well, then
Great.
God shouldn't be having these problems.
Yeah, I know, but all I'm saying is that if you accept that you're not gonna be perfect and life is hard, God is there waiting for you. How's that not loving?
It's not loving because He's utterly absent. He's completely useless.
Bro, he's absent in your perspective, but in my perspective, he's very present
Where?
in my life on a daily basis, man. This conversation has been fruitful for me. This conversation, bro, I got to meet a great person. You know the Bible like no other. We've even had some laughs. Like, this is great.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the conversation, but I'm not leaving this with God is here. I'm still thinking there is no God here.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm not trying to I don't think I'm gonna convert you in what like.
So I mean, well, like you're arguing it's all about free will. They used their free will and ate the fruit and shit.
Yeah,
But you're saying that God made you, gave you free will, and then He's going to
Yeah.
punish you if you don't use it right.
it's not punishment.
So
it's death.
you're saying you're
have
being
a
saved from God.
How am I
Like
punished,
God,
bro? How am I punished? How am I punished?
God made you, and you need to be saved from God.
How am I being punished if I just die? I didn't get if you have a
I
chance
don't
at
think
life.
it's a punishment. I think it's reality. You think it's a punishment because that's the
I don't think it's a
bad
punishment.
part
You
of
said
making the wrong decisions.
no. I don't think it's punishment. I literally think it's so fair. It's like, oh, if you don't, you were given a life. You have a chance to continue that life, or you have a chance to just die and just not exist.
Well, I don't know where you're getting just dying's in the Bible because it's not. It says you're going to go to eternal fire according to
No,
Jesus.
show me that in the
A
Bible.
place of weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's not being dead.
So that's the only verse that you think that you got this torment for eternity. That's just a place you die, bro. The
It
opposite of
says, I will send the goats to eternal fire, a place of weeping and gnashing of teeth.
so your soul gets eternally burned forever. Exactly, you're dead.
That's not being dead. That's being tortured. You can't, if you don't exist, there's nothing to torture.
I would never, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I would think that that's not fair. Like, I'm a very logical person. Like, if you're telling me, oh, I have to
It's
follow.
not fair. That's why God isn't just.
No, because it's not true. If I had to believe that if you don't accept God, you're gonna be tormented forever, that would be terrible. That I would say that's bad. But if you tell me the opposite of life is death, then that's fair. You chose not to exist anymore. And that's what the Bible says.
Yeah,
the
well,
Bible
I
says.
mean,
The Bible says.
well, if I got to
the
pick
wages of
between
sin-
being a bitch of this deity and just being dead, then I'll just be dead because I'm not serving this awful God.
then that's fine, man. I mean, I it kind of makes me sad, man.
I don't think you should either. Like, why in the world would you serve a God who, first of all, completely useless? He doesn't actually do anything for you,
It brings
and
me
second of all, he does horrible, horrible shit to people.
bro, it brings me so much love and happiness in my heart, bro. I'll tell you what.
Which part? The part where he has the baby's brains bashed out, or the women raped? Which part of that brings
Always
you?
go to the Old Testament where
peace?
times were so fucked up.
This is God.
But we live under a new covenant, man. Like, the Christians nowadays are not doing
The
that.
new covenant is in the Old Testament.
How is that even possible?
What? Oh my God.
This guy knows that the Bible. So but do you know more about the Old Testament than the New though? Like, you're focusing on the messed up times. I'll tell you what, man.
This isn't the messed up times. There's the Old Testament, and then 500 years later, the New Testament comes around and makes up a bunch of shit.
I know, but the thing is, man, God literally says the whole Old Testament covenant law relies on these two things. And he said, love your neighbor like you love yourself. The golden rule. The most
That's
beautiful.
Levitic law.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna love you like I love myself, and then I'm gonna
Right.
look at God and
So
love
you need to
God.
be keeping Levitic law, right?
No, Jesus. We're under a new covenant. Ask any Christian. Ask any Christian if he's doing.
So if the new covenant is to love your neighbor as yourself, then that means you need to be keeping Levitic law because that is Levitic law.
Where did he say? No, that's okay. So now you're just making an assumption that just because he took it to a second degree, bro. Bro, Jesus came to write it in our hearts. He was like, stop doing the if you thinking that you're doing righteousness.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. It's literally Levitic law.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, hold on.
So do you just keep that one and discard all the bad ones or what?
I'm talking about what Jesus said, though.
I know. He said these are the greatest of two commands. He doesn't say these are the only two. And that's not even unique to Jesus. There was a guy who said that before Jesus.
It's so interesting to me, man. Like, okay, so just you and talking to me in this conversation. Do you think that I'm over here trying to raise slaves and shit? All these
No.
Levitical law? No, right?
No, but there's plenty of Christians I talk to that are absolutely okay with that.
Really? What?
Yeah, you should watch the channel a little more often because we get at least one a day who comes up here and says, yeah, slavery's totally fine if God allows it. That's what I think his name's Doug Wilson. He's Pete Hegseth's pastor. This motherfucker openly comes up in public and says, hey, slavery's great according to the Bible. We should just do it the right way, like the Bible says. But it's literally just chattel slavery. It says you can beat them. They're trying to take us back to the Dark Ages.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean that's bad, man. But let's focus on some good fruits, man. Jesus said, "Judge them by their fruits." Like if you're freaking over here having slaves and shit, man, come on.
God says it's okay to have slaves. So you coming up here as a Christian and saying somebody's sinning because they have a slave is completely wrong. You're the one who's sinning because you're going against God's word.
It's a sin because you're not treating others the way you want to be treated. If you're going to have a slave in the way you want to be treated, then that would probably be a situation that's considered not slavery, like a worker. We have workers now. You go pay somebody, you treat them with respect. He's working at your company. That's how you would treat yourself. Just like that, man. It's very simple. That's why.
How do you treat slaves?
He summed it up. He summed it up. You want to know why he summed it up, bro? He summed it up because he was like, "You guys are so focused on the physical act, but your hearts are rotten." So he's like, "I'm here to write it into your hearts. Like, if you look at a woman with lust, you've already committed adultery. Like, stop with the if you don't do it, you just can't do it or whatever." And the truth is that your heart is what matters. If you treat people with love, that's how you want to be. That's how you want to do it. Stop focusing on.
Yeah, well, it says if you have a slave, these you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. It's saying your neighbor is Israelites. It says treat them nice. And it says all these other people, you can absolutely treat them as slaves.
So is that what Jesus said?
This is in Levitic law.
Bro, you keep bringing up the law. I'm telling you, Jesus literally came and was like, "Stop."
You brought it up. You said Jesus says to love your neighbor as yourself. I'm saying that's Levitic law. So are you cherry picking that one verse from Leviticus and saying discard all the rest because it's mean?
No, because you're not taking the full context of when Jesus was talking about that love your neighbor as yourself. He said, "I came here to fulfill the law. It's done." And the new covenant is
hinges. And when did Jesus say the law will be fulfilled?
Okay, let's do that. What is it, Matt? Where does it say, Matt? Is it Matthew or Mark? You know this, man. Help
Matthew me. Chapter 5, verse 18.
I freaking love you, man. Matthew chapter 5, verse 18? Oh my God, you're a walking Bible. I love it. I love it. So
it says, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. So Jesus didn't say the law is going to stand until I die. He said the law is going to stand until heaven and earth pass away.
Until what?
Until heaven and earth pass away.
No, and until all is
accomplished. That's when heaven and earth passes away.
No, he accomplished it and fulfilled it. And then if you
For
keep
truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. All is accomplished when heaven and earth passes away.
there's no heaven and earth passes away. That's not in our theology. It's about
And verse 8, do you have a Bible in front of you?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. What is it? Verse 8. Blessed are
Read
those.
verse 18.
18. Oh, okay. So 18. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all has been fulfilled.
Dang, that was a bad read.
Until
Right.
all has been fulfilled. What is fulfilled?
Until
Who fulfilled the law?
until heaven and earth pass away.
Okay, continue the freaking sentence, bro. He says, until earth, whatever, till earth and
For
heaven.
truly I tell you, until
he's
heaven
pretty
and
much
earth
saying-
pass away, not
he's
one letter,
saying-
not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished.
all is fulfilled. And guess who fulfilled the law? What he says, I have come to fulfill the law. And he did fulfill it.
What do you think fulfill means?
Complete.
And when does it say it's completed?
When Jesus said it was completed?
Yeah.
Yeah, he completed it. And now he says,
Does Jesus say, I'm completing the law? Or does he say it's fulfilled when heaven and earth pass away?
okay, perfect. There we go. I'm going to hate. Okay. So what is it? What is this? Matthew
Chapter 5, verse 18. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter or stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to show you where he said that he fulfilled it. I thought you.
I literally just read it. The verse 17 says, I do
know.
not think that I have come to abolish the law. I have not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill.
But to fulfill.
Not abolished.
To
Fulfilled.
And he fulfilled them. He just.
For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot will pass from the law.
Until he fulfills it.
Where does it say that?
He says that if you continue reading, bro. He says.
And just,
He says.
Continue reading and show me where it says this.
Till all has been fulfilled. Matthew 18. The ending of the sentence. Like if we're gonna read the whole
And
sentence.
does that say it's going to be fulfilled when I die? Or does it say when heaven and earth passes away, it will be fulfilled?
Dude, he's saying that for all, like, no matter what is gonna happen, we have to fulfill the law. For eternity, it has to be fulfilled for us to reconcile this. And he said, till all
Every
is
single one of
fulfilled.
you Christians I've ever talked to are desperate to discard what Jesus is actually saying in this passage here. It says, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot or stroke of a letter will pass from the law. So why is he even mentioning until heaven and earth pass away? Because to you, it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, for me, it means that he's saying that the law has to be fulfilled no matter what.
For me, in reality, what it's actually saying is, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot or stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. He is literally telling you that it is not accomplished until heaven and earth pass away.
Oh my goodness, bro. You're reading it backwards, though.
It says, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished.
All is accomplished. So what is he accomplishing then?
The point is when it's accomplished.
Answer the question directly. What is he accomplishing?
He is accomplishing fulfilling the prophets and the law.
Okay, perfect. There you go. So what? And then who fulfilled it? He fulfilled it. So it's done.
And when is it fulfilled according to Jesus?
According to
Does
Jesus.
he say anything about him dying and the law passing away when he dies?
No, it says that he came here to fulfill the law.
So what does it mean when he said, until heaven and earth pass away? What does he mean? Why did he even throw that in there?
Bro, how many times are you going to repeat this, man?
You have not answered me a single time.
I'm saying,
You
I
are
literally asked you
refusing
a million
to
times.
address those words, and you know why.
Bro, I swear on my life, I'm not trying to be this. I'm being as intellectually
Okay,
honest
so
as I can.
why did Jesus utter the words until heaven and earth pass away?
He's saying that the law is so important to fulfill that even if the heavens and earth passes away, we have to fulfill this law. And
So to you, Jesus is saying what?
exactly that. Like no matter what, even if till like heaven and earth cannot even until like the ends of times and the beginning of times. No, the law is not gonna be removed until it's fulfilled. Pretty much what he's
And
saying.
it's going to be fulfilled when heaven and earth pass away.
Where does it say that? You're reading it. You're going back to the
I've
verse,
literally read it like 10 times now.
but
It
you're
says, "For
going
truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away."
until heaven and earth.
Until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Until heaven and earth pass away. That has to happen. Those are not meaningless words. I know they're meaningless to you, but to me, they actually mean something.
Verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass away, pass, not one jot or tittle.
Until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter or stroke of a letter will pass from the law.
Yeah. So, but the okay.
Jesus is saying if heaven and earth is still here, then you not one dot or stroke of a letter is going to pass from that law. That means you have to keep 100% of the law.
So, but okay, I hear what you're saying. I hear you. I hear you. So what does he mean by in the end of the sentence when he says till all has been fulfilled? What does that mean?
That's the whole point of this passage here. He's saying it will all be fulfilled when heaven and earth pass away, which is also part of his ministry.
The name of the passage is Christ came to fulfill the law.
I know that. And y'all are making it to where Jesus is saying the law is going to be fulfilled when I die. That's not what this says. It never mentions him dying anywhere in this passage. This is about keeping the law. He says, whoever keeps the greatest of these commands and teaches others to do the same will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Those who don't keep this law will be called the least in the kingdom. For truly I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, he's saying if you don't keep these commands, you're not getting to heaven. That's what this is about. This isn't about Jesus coming and dying and the law going away when he dies. It doesn't say that.
But the thing is, I agree with exactly that. Like, if you want to be under the old covenant, you have to complete every one of those laws to get to heaven.
Where does he put that as an option? Like, y'all are adding so much to this text that isn't actually there. So, according to you now, he's saying, oh, if you want to keep this covenant, you can. You have to keep it all until heaven and earth pass away. Like, you're adding a lot that's not here.
Okay, how about this? Let me ask you this. I want you to answer it genuinely. When Jesus is on the cross, what is one of the famous lines he says? I know you
Which
know
gospel?
I know you know which one I'm talking about.
In which gospel? He doesn't say that in every gospel. He says it in Mark, and that's it. He says other things in other gospels.
Great. That's why it brings more volatility to it, that it's not just forged. But in Mark, he says,
no, it proves it is forged. They're all putting Jesus saying different last words.
If this
was not forged, they would all be saying the same thing.
No, but at the same time, it's like you can use the argument vice versa. Like if it was forged.
You are the only person I've ever heard say that mistakes in the Bible make it more trustable. That is absolutely bizarre to me.
It's not bizarre because I actually have a background in this stuff. So it's like if someone was going
you have a background in this stuff.
Yeah. So if someone was going to court, right, and they have done crimes, and then they ask all the eyewitnesses the story about what happened, and if all the eyewitnesses say the exact same story, it's actually suspicious that they all corroborated on exactly what to say. But if there's small minor differences, this is actually well known, bro. Google it. If there's small minor differences,
you can't be fucking serious right now. This is absolute insanity.
I swear I'm being serious.
Hey, if everybody shows up to court and gives us different stories, that means it's true. But if all of them come and give us the same story, it means it's totally fucking fake.
I meant small minor differences, bro. Come on. I meant small minor differences. Small
right.
minor
Well,
differences.
I think
But
this is a good place to drop it off because that was just bizarre, man. Like
I feel you.
I'm getting really hard to even take you serious now, to be
Yeah,
honest
yeah.
with you.
Yeah. But I just before I leave, I just want to say in the cross, he did say that it was fulfilled and he finished. He said it has been finished. So I want to
He
know.
says that in John.
Okay, great. Well, you're the freaking Bible expert, bro. Yeah, it says that in John.
Yeah.
It has been finished,
Yeah.
and what has been finished is
Or
the
wait,
fact
actually,
that
it is.
he fulfilled the law, and now we have the new covenant. Asking.
Okay, so where does Jesus ever say anywhere in the Bible that the law is fulfilled when I die?
It's fulfilled through his whole mission.
You said when he dies. It says it is finished when he died.
I
Where
never
does he
said
say
that.
the law is going away when I die?
He said the law has to be fulfilled with his mission that he came here.
And when does he
upheld the
say
law.
it's finished when he dies?
He says, "I came here to fulfill the law."
He tells you when it's going to be fulfilled, and it's not when he dies.
When does he say it's going to be fulfilled? Did the heaven and earth pass away?
When heaven and earth pass away.
You went backwards in the story versus going forwards.
I didn't go backwards. You're just
Yeah, you are.
mixing
You're
up a
going
bunch
to
of
the
shit that you're
backwards
not
of the-
even getting the mixed up shit right.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. You're arguing against all Christians and all what they all believe.
I know that. No, Christians don't have a damned clue what's going on here.
Ask
That's
any
for
Christian.
sure.
They'll be like, I'm under a new covenant. I don't follow the law. I'm not a Jew.
Okay, where does the Old Testament tell you about the new covenant?
Exactly.
You don't have a, you don't have a clue, do you?
It's a
You don't have a clue, do you?
When you read a book, you start from the start and you read it to the end. There's a whole story about how Jesus saved us.
Yeah, except y'all are not starting at the start. You're starting in the New Testament and then going backwards to the Old and trying to make Jesus the Old Testament, which is absolutely bizarre.
The start, it tells us in Isaiah that there's going to be a Messiah. Everyone believes, all the Jews believe in a Messiah.
Yeah, and it says this Messiah is going to come from the loins of David and he's going to rule in Israel. Jesus did not come from David and he never ruled in Israel, not even for a second.
He came. Yeah, he did. He's ruling.
I came too. That don't mean I'm a Messiah from the line of David.
What line was he from?
If anything, it was a Levite because the only information it gives is he's Mary's son. Joseph is the one supposedly related to David, and Joseph didn't even consummate the marriage until after Jesus was born. So he's not related to David through Joseph.
Oh, yeah, it's saying that he's the son of David, which is a title satisfying the role as the promised Messiah.
Yeah, and he was never a king. A Messiah is a king, and he's not from the line of David because Joseph is related to David, and Joseph did not consummate the marriage until after Jesus was born. He is not related to Joseph.
You just said he's not a king, but the story that you brought up earlier was him saying that he's a king, right?
He can say he's a king all he wants. He was never a king. Herod was afraid that his literal throne was going to be taken over by Jesus, and Herod just died. He never took over any throne. He
defeated death. He's the freaking king, bro. He came in a different, more humble way than you can imagine. That's the most
okay. So show me where he ever ruled in Israel. Give me some of his administrative policies. Like what was his tax policies for Israel when he was a ruler there?
The tax policies. We're going into?
Yeah, that's what kings do. You have to implement taxes, defense, stuff like that. What was some of Jesus's administrative policies?
Bro, you're so funny. Bro, that's the whole crazy part about it. That's what's so beautiful and poetic.
Yeah, the whole crazy part is y'all think he was a king when he was never actually even a king. It was a peasant who got stuck on a stick by Rome.
Let me tell you something.
He was never a king, not even for a second.
I'm gonna give you this. If Jesus was
a dead guy.
If Jesus was a king and he ruled with power and might and an army and taxes, you wouldn't accept him either. You would be like, oh, that guy is cool.
I was a Christian until I was in my late 20s. If this book actually made sense, I would still be a Christian.
No, I mean, well, okay, well, tell me this then. What pushed you away from Christianity?
The book. All the problems that I'm giving you right now that we've been talking about for like an hour.
Other than the book, because I'm pretty sure other than the book, bro.
This is it.
It's got to be something else, man. I see it in you.
Well, that and actual evidence of reality. Like, I don't need a God to explain reality to me. But, okay, this is 2026, man. We know a lot about nature and the universe. Like, I don't need to thank God was creating lightning because I
I
don't know
know.
what lightning
But the thing
is
is,
anymore.
you know how these debates work, right? I can Google stuff and research stuff and read the Bible about things that support my case, and you can do the same thing to support your case. My thing is that I'm asking you, why did you? Because at the end of the day, it's got to be something that other than the evidence that made you start researching in the other way, the way to disprove it versus the way to prove it, right? So, what was that thing that changed your mindset about the whole thing?
The Bible. I was trying to validate this stuff, and when I
Yeah.
actually scrutinized it, it fell apart like instantly. Like it didn't even last a day. Like no shit, not even a day.
Damn, bro, what happened on that day then?
I figured out it wasn't true because it can't be true. There's no way this adds up. It doesn't line up with history. It doesn't line up with science. It gets its own theology mixed up.
What
Like
did you?
the book can't even get its own story straight.
What did you feel after you realized it was all a fraud?
I was just kind of pissed, honestly.
And then how did you? Like like your life before and after? Was it better?
Uh, about the same, really.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I got a career. I got a nice house. I got a cool family.
You have a family, bro. Like, okay, but wouldn't you want to have at least hope that there's something after this?
No,
That's.
I mean, it would be neat,
You cannot tell me that
but
you're happy like that, bro. There's no way.
I'm perfectly happy because I'm not under a delusion that there's going to be some eternity with them after this. That's why I know that I need to make the most of this life while I'm here, and I know that I'm participating in their lives. So I'm doing the most that I can with that now that I am here. I'm not expecting to die and then spend more time with them. I have to do it now.
I mean, that's sweet, man. God bless your family, bro. I think we've had a fun conversation. I'll come up on some other time. I don't want to I don't want to get the audience bored of me, but
Oh, no worries. They've probably been bored of you. But anyway, Dr. Josh, I think, wanted to say something to you.
I just listening to what you said just now. Like I mean, I would have said the same thing when I was still an evangelical, but this assumption that there must be something outside of the evidence that caused for me to leave Christianity. I think it's a non-starter. I went into my doctoral program as a very strong evangelical Christian, and very, very much against my will, lost my faith. Right, it just wasn't tenable, and it was a sad and terrifying time for me. The last thing I was trying to do was disprove the biblical text. I remember having conversation after conversation with my Hebrew professor, Kyle McCarter, and saying, well, isn't it possible that this could be the way we should understand it? But at the end, it was just, there was no way to hold it that I could see. So, yeah, I mean, I think this idea that there's got to be something outside of the evidence or outside of the data, like some sort of hurt or, I just don't think that's the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, man, I really appreciate your honesty. It kind of sounded like you almost got a little bit choked up there. But yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, man. Changing your whole worldview, something that you've put a lot of trust into, and you thought brought you a lot of. Was it bringing you happiness at the time? Is that why it wasn't in your will?
No, I mean, it was just. I mean, yes, obviously it was, but it was. The reason I say it was against my will is sort of a little maybe hyperbolic there, but I certainly did not want to lose my faith, and I turned over every stone that I could find to try to keep it, and it was a devastating experience.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate.
It's a hard thing, man. Most people who reject Christianity that were in the faith, they get shunned by their families. Like almost everybody they know is Christian, so it's like it's not a pleasant thing. It's not like, hey, I just like to sin, so I'm just in this silly religion now. That's never how it goes.
So yeah, I hear you, man. So Joshua, is there anything that you can point to that's like was the ultimate like turning point for you, like something that was biblically like you couldn't understand or something like that? That
Yeah, it wasn't so much a question of couldn't understand. I mean, so to kind of give a bit of background for it, it was my first semester at Johns Hopkins in the doctoral program,
nice.
and it was a shit ton of information being dropped on us, and my first year, I took um, the history cycle of Syria Palestine, and it's just week after week reading, the original sources and looking at the historical data that we have for the Levant and the wider ancient Near East and how it interacted with it and how it just did not match the biblical text, the Hebrew Bible. And yeah, I mean, over the course of that semester, it was just sort of one thing after the other, which is incredibly problematic for me.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of hear you, man. Congrats on having such a successful career. So, since you're a doctor and you've kind of studied the body and the biology of everything. My fiance.
He's
We've
not that
been.
kind of doctor, man.
Oh, really?
No, I
There's
have a I have a PhD in ancient Near Eastern studies in Hebrew Bible.
Oh, wow. Also, this was a this you were studying the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah.
Wow, man, that's crazy. So damn. So can you then just tell me a little bit like what I kind of want to know? Like, is there any points the host brought up that maybe you can elaborate on or something like that? Like from because you're a scholar, I guess. So
I mean, you guys talked about a lot of stuff, and I kind of dipped in and out. But I mean, I've
he
heard,
is an expert on
Jesse,
slavery, though, in the
yeah,
Hebrew Bible. Not saying he's a slave
expert,
expert.
but
so did I
yeah, I
remind
mean,
you? Did I remind you
go.
of yourself before you converted? Like kind of the way I'm fighting these arguments and stuff like that.
No, and the reason that I say that is you're very sounds like you're very focused on apologetics, and that wasn't like defending against things. That wasn't really my concern. I went to a very conservative fundamental seminary, and so it wasn't so much about defending. It was about learning the languages, learning the text.
Mm.
Uh, so yeah, that's why when I got to Hopkins and it was just sort of this an academic endeavor. I didn't have all these apologetics ready, So and I count that to be a good thing because I think had I had them, it would have been easier to just sort of sweep the data under the rug and say, well, I've already dealt with this in my head. Because I know people that have done that, close friends of mine. And I think it would have made it difficult for me to actually engage meaningfully with the data. I don't know if any of that made any sense.
Yeah, no, it does. Let me ask you this, man. Did you have any other classmates or colleagues that remained in the faith?
Yeah, definitely. There's a friend of mine, Caleb Howard. He's out at Tyndale as a researcher. You could find him if you Google Caleb Howard Tyndale. But yeah, he went to Trinity, got his MA there, and then we were both. I was a year ahead of him, but we were both in the Assyriology program.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he ended up writing his dissertation on in this particular Akkadian inscription, and he's been a researcher out there now for probably 10 years. But yeah, he remained an evangelical. I ran into him at SPL, talked for a little while this year, or I guess last year. But Caleb Caleb went to Trinity, so he was prepared with what I would say are apologetic arguments. So then, when something like the Philistines came up, he could say, "Well, it's possible that," and I don't think those possible types of arguments are what's the word? Responsible, maybe. But yeah, I mean, certainly he's somebody that maintained his faith.
And what would you so because he was more has an apologetic kind of take on it, you think that's what made him kind of like was able to fight like the doubt or whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like if you guys were talking about slavery, so if while you're talking about it, you're looking at apologetic arguments for it, or things that you read and you say, oh, that's reasonable. It's it's just indentured servitude, or well, whatever it is. And I mean, we do this all the time. I think cognitively, you're going to say, all right, I've dealt with the slavery issue. I've read arguments X, Y, and Z, and now I can take that and sort of put it on the shelf behind me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And so, because he had done that with all of these things, when something like the Exodus came up, or something like the Philistines, showing up in Genesis, like all of these things, he could say to himself, yeah, but I've dealt with this before, and whereas I had not. So I had all of these things in front of me, having to engage with them.
Oh.
If that makes sense. I think it's easier to hang on to a position if you don't have to pull it all off the shelf at the same time.
100%. Yeah, 100%. So do you think maybe you would have had a different kind of outcome if you had that apologetics kind of take on it, and like you shelved these arguments and stuff like that?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, why don't you have you ever considered maybe like looking into it? Or
let me be clear, because I don't think I am being. I think that if I bring up 5 things, let's say slavery and the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15, and the Exodus and the conquest, and I don't know, Ezekiel 26, the prophecy there. If you've never dealt with those, you're gonna and you're gonna have to meaningfully engage with them. You're gonna have to meaningfully engage with all of the data, right? Whereas, and you're gonna have to do that in a setting where I'm gonna bring, what I consider to be the strongest case.
Yeah.
Whereas if you take slavery, for example, and you go to a class where you're in an evangelical school, and you have somebody like Paul Copan or something talking to you and saying, okay, I know it says by here, but really that can mean like acquire. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. And really, this is better than the surrounding nations. Oh, okay, that's cool. Well, like at the end of that, you're like, oh yeah, that sounds really convincing. So you package it up and you can put it back on the shelf. So what I'm saying is that I would have probably done that, which would not have caused me to, I think, probably it would have been less likely for me to meaningfully unpack all of that and confront it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That's it. Yeah, I mean, dude, I think it kind of, I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, there's 2 options someone has. It's one of them is to burden the fight of like these tough conversations. Like if I'm being honest, like yeah, it is something that you needed to definitely acknowledge. Like I can't just like not acknowledge that there's this problem with like the slavery and the stuff in the Old Testament and stuff like that. And it's not that it's not that from my faith that I just like look away and try to ignore it, or try to look for the just easiest explanation. It's more of a first route for me to understand if something is worth even looking into, is that I just see I see God so evident in my life, and the God of the Bible is that it's like I can just take these easy arguments against it and like these, easy explanations against it and just more focus on the things that I really resonate with, because I can't understand fully of the time back then. And these are just text versus like what's actually going on. And who knows how many explanations you can go back and forth with. And I just more focus on like, okay, well, I understand that there's an objective truth. I understand that there's 100%. This has all been a creation. I understand like there's the emotions and love and all these like real things that I know that are so true. And then I look at then I focus on what Jesus was doing. It's just like it brings me so much more fruit in my own life than for me to just like focus. I know it sounds like I'm not like I'm ignoring the stuff in the Old Testament, but it's just more like these things bring me fruit, and there's just no reason for me to like investigate to the point to where it hurts my whole faith as a whole, because the faith, in my opinion, it brings me so much more peace and happiness and truth in my life instead of, what I'm saying. Do you kind of get where I'm going with it?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is one of the reasons that I'm sort of reticent to talk to my parents about this sort of thing, because they're getting up there in years, and the idea of stripping that comfort from them
Yeah.
is that doesn't feel great to think about. And that's a very pragmatic and thing that I'm thinking of, and I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the right thing to do, but it is something that weighs on me. But I think just listening to what you said there, I mean, give you an example or an analogy that I use sometimes. I like the show Monk, and I don't know if you've ever seen it, but any detective show will fit in this slot. If you have like a super sleuth detective show, that at the beginning of the episode, somebody's going to get unalived, and
Yeah.
it's going to seem like, Frank did it. Everybody's going to think Frank did it.
Yeah.
And then the super sleuth is going to come along and say, no, it can't be Frank. It was Jim. And, Jim was like in prison at the time, or Jim was in outer space at the time, or whatever. And so like the last person that anybody would think could have done it. But because the show and this super sleuth, that he's right. Right. And it doesn't matter that there's all this evidence to the contrary, because it's that's the genre. That's what makes it good.
Yeah.
Right? And I think the same thing is true. So I mean, it certainly was for me when I was a believer, and I think that's the case here as well. For a lot of people, still, is that like you almost anticipate, given what you know about like what the New Testament says, about leaning on one's understanding, and people are going to fall away, and these sorts of, you expect that there are going to be these things that seem problematic, and that's not actually, something that's it's not unexpected. And so because the character of God, and that it's true, it's not really all that weighty of a mental burden, because it's like, yeah, all right, I know that all the evidence is stacked up against the
Exactly.
super
Yeah.
sleuth here,
100%.
but
Yeah.
but I mean, like, I know that he's right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the
perfect analogy. And what makes that analogy just a little bit stronger for me is that, like, I said this in the conversation earlier with the host, is that it's also that the main character too is also telling you that it's going, like, people that were around him were also, this was put into the gospels for a reason. Like, the people that were most close to Jesus didn't even believe it at the time either. The people that crucified him didn't believe that he was the Messiah either. Like, it also adds that element to it, because it's like the the story is also about people not believing that he is the savior, or people are that didn't expect him to come as a king, or the Messiah was supposed to come as a king, but he really came as like a king in a different way, a king in a more humble way. It's like that's why it stacks up even more
A
stronger
king
than
and a
mine.
not king at all way.
But I mean, for me, it's like the a king is someone that defeats the adversary, right? And the adversary for me is death. Like, because everyone dies, and so he defeated death in a way. It's like that's my king. Like, the king is the loving king, the humble king. I wouldn't even the reason why, like, for example, I wouldn't agree with like Islamic texts and stuff like that, where I immediately reject at face value, is because it's like, what's a king that gets power and gets notoriety, like gets influence over invasion, over like an army, over like taking over cities, like that king is not even a king that I want to even serve. Like, it's not, it doesn't, for me, that doesn't seem like something that's good. But a king that comes in and is winning over people's hearts with like love, that makes more fruit for me. It brings me peace, like knowing that my king isn't the king that wants to just dominate and like come as like with an army, and then like that's very humanic for me. It's very like you see that in our days, like with our governments and stuff like that. But it's just like a whole different type of king. And so, yeah, man, I just think I think exactly, that analogy was super powerful. What you said, it's the I know the ending of the story. I know I have a lot of God's words in my heart, so it's like when I hear something, it's like, oh yeah, that has weight. Like, the arguments that he was bringing up has weight, but it's like, I know the ending, I
Right.
know. Yeah.
Yeah,
Simple,
like,
may I ask you a
oh,
question?
sorry, Riley.
Oh, no. May I ask you
Oh,
a
I love
question,
that.
Simple?
Yeah, sure.
How weak is your faith?
I would say it's strong.
So then what are you afraid of?
When did I say I was afraid?
No, that I was listening for a little bit. You said some of the reason that you don't worry about the things in the text that are awful is because of this, like, the end, it's all good. And then Joshua went into his detective analogy, which was
Hmm.
awesome.
Hmm.
So, as you know, I'm someone who is a theist.
Yeah.
I can also understand all of the awful places of the text and admit that God sometimes is a dick.
Yeah.
His love is not unconditional. It comes with conditions. That this God
Yeah.
of the text is not always the good guy, but
Yeah,
that's
but
not necessarily a bad thing. And what
so
it
it's
hasn't done is messed with my faith.
yeah, I hear you. I mean, for me, it's like it's the acknowledgement of an infinite being, right? And it's an acknowledgement of like, I have answers. Like, so I came onto this debate with him, and I was debating him. I was able to, pull up on my perspective on the certain topics that he has. I have a response for them, and I'm satisfied with
Well,
my
Google
response.
had a response in most cases, but yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, in most cases, but some of them, I mean, I did. But I would say, like, I have responses for these things. It's not that I'm totally like afraid of looking into the text. I'm very comfortable in talking about anything in the Old Testament. But for me to let it waver my faith, that's where it's like it's not even a consideration for me, because I know
Could
the character. You know?
could it be that, like, so I have found, and I always wonder this about other people. Years and years and years ago, my mother, who is often ridiculous, and I love her for it, but sometimes just has those nuggets of wisdom that you go, well, shit.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
did this. I was very young. I
Hmm.
was probably 11, 12, 13 years old, and I said that I was mad at God, but I wasn't allowed to be mad at God. And my mother said, who says? And I was like, well, because it's God. And she's like, oh, so you must be the Kohen HaGadol, which, by the way, in Hebrew just means you must think you're the greatest high priest that ever high priested.
Hmm.
And I'm like, what? No, why? She's like, well, how small do you think God is that he cares that little Hannah is going to go yell at him?
Hmm.
how small do you think he is? And I'm like, not at all. She goes, go out there and yell at him. Tell him off. Do what you got to do and come back to me and tell me how he responds.
Yeah.
And I took that with me, and I understood that all of those times growing up and when I went into adulthood, that I thought, oh, I can't think bad things about God because he's God. I can't look at the text in this way, in a critical way, because if I look at the text in a critical way, I might upset God. How small did I think God?
Oh yeah, of course.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
And how big did I think I am?
Yeah, I'm not avoiding looking at the text in a very critical way. I think I'm very, so for me it's like I have a very authentic, genuine look. I look into it in a way that's like, okay, this is concerning, or like I accept it. I'm not arrogant, you know. I look at everything at face value too. So it's like, but as I'm looking in it in a critical way, I look for, because there's always going to be a answer the way the Christians will view it, or answer the way you guys will view it, or answer the way scholars like Joshua's friend, that he has an answer for all the things that what you can bring up. And but I just choose to go with the answer.
Josh has friends besides me? What?
I just choose to accept the explanation of the way that is aligned with what I
Of
know.
who? Okay, so how do you deal with like well, because Josh is here and this is one of his expertise. How do you deal with the fact that God permitted and regulated slavery in the Bible without being upset about it? Because like me, I one of the ways that I understand it, and one of the reasons why I can go, yeah, it sucked, is because I don't believe in a God that is all knowing, all powerful, and all
You
existent.
want me to
Because
tell
if
you?
I did, then God knows at some point slavery is bad, but thinks it's okay for the time.
You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you the
Instead, if
honest
I have a
explanation?
God, I do, let me finish. If I know a God that has to learn, then that God knows that this is what it is now, and then learns later, oh shit, that wasn't the best idea I ever had.
Mhm,
I have to stop.
mhm. Yeah, and I mean the way I would wrap my head around it without giving you the explanation of like slavery was different and all this stuff. I would say um, modern day slavery is at its highest point in full history. The way I see it, I mean, you live in America or whatever country, you have to work for another company. You have to pay your bills. Um, you have to pay for your mortgage, which is you're a slave to the lender, like the Bible says. You have all of these obligations. You don't have free will to just not work. You don't have free will to just not serve and give 8 hours of your day. Majority of your day goes to someone else working for them, and you have to have the idea that, oh, this is freedom. This is your the dream, right? It's wrapped up in a different brand. For me, I think that majority of people are slaves, but they don't even know it. Like it's sad to think, it's sad to accept that, but when you have a job that you cannot leave, or you're going to be homeless and you're going to starve, you provide for your family, it's the same thing, but it's wrapped up differently.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not the same thing. And the reason it's not the same thing is the type of slavery that you are, and I will agree with you that we live in a society that if you leave a job, you could be homeless. That not everyone is afforded the means to be able to say, I don't want this job anymore. I'm going to find something else and I'll be fine until then.
Mhm,
I absolutely agree with you that society has set up people like that.
mhm.
But there is a great big difference between, I don't want to leave this job because I'm worried about I'll be homeless, and if I run away from this, somebody is going to catch me and kill me.
Yeah. Oh, that is bad. Yeah.
And that is the difference between the slavery I am talking about and the type that you are trying to
Yeah.
to
So I would
connect
say
to it.
in the Old Testament it says that to kill them if they try to run away.
Yes, you can't. If what do you think would happen when you? This is why it says in the Old Testament you are allowed to beat your slave. You just can't beat your slave to the point that they unalive within 24 to 48 hours, because then it looks like you did it intentionally to unalive them. But if they survive that, you can't beat an Israelite, but you
Yeah,
could beat a
well,
slave.
so it doesn't say to kill them. I mean, but I mean, like,
But what's the difference? If you know that if you try to run away, you're going to be beaten. There's a difference between I might lose if I lose my job, I might not be able to
well,
find another
the thing
job,
is,
and I agree with you, and I might be beaten.
yeah. So the thing is, for the way I take it is that a lot of these slaves in the Old Testament had debt, and any
Those are two
judicial
different
system.
categories, love.
Oh, okay. So, but I mean, it's just a
Those are two
um.
different categories.
What do you mean?
Well, so
Yeah, slavery and chattel
in the
slavery.
Old Testament there are two different categories of slavery. You have debt slavery, and that is the one that you're talking about, where people had to sell themselves into indentured servitude for a time period of 6 years, and then they would go free in the 7th year. There's one. You had your chattel slavery, which no, was not race based. I think that's where a lot of people are like, well, that can't be the same because it wasn't based on race. But no, it wasn't race based, but it was chattel slavery. And then you had sex slavery, and unfortunately, that is where women were sold into slavery, and they, whether they were Israelite or not, they were never released from slavery because they became
Yeah.
sex
Well,
slaves, and that is in the Old Testament.
well, the thing is like I understand that it's all very concerning, but I feel like a lot of the text is like it doesn't say not to do slavery. I will say that, but it doesn't say to ever it says to treat the slavery at the time in a certain good way,
Only
right?
the indentured servants, only Israelites does it say that about. It says you may treat your slaves as slaves, but with your fellow brethren you may not deal with them harshly, for they are your fellow Israelite. That is it.
So if you but the thing is, you can draw this analogy to like modern day too as well. Like if you commit a crime, I know it's bad. I'm not trying to justify it, but what I'm trying to say is
I'll
that
be honest with you, sweetheart. That's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like, well, if you commit a crime, then you go to prison. What do you
yeah,
think prison is?
exactly, it's bad. What do you mean? I'm
What I'm
confused.
telling you is prison is not the same. Prison is not the same thing as chattel slavery. Where do you think this Atlantic slave trade got some ideas from? Because it says, from the nations around you, you may take a slave. From the foreigner
So
that resides with you, you may take a slave.
Rabbi, so let me ask you this then. Why are you Jewish?
Absolutely. Why am I Jewish? Because I love being Jewish. Part of being Jewish is that I can hold these tensions and tell God that he's a piece of shit sometimes, and I'm not worried about it.
Okay, great. Well, I
Remember
mean,
the wrestle with God thing?
yeah.
That's exactly what I do every day. I'm in the text every day wrestling with it. There are parts of it that are beautiful and meaningful, and holy crap, I read it and I am like, this is awe inspiring. And then there are parts of it that I go, what the hell were you thinking? How
Hmm.
could you treat people like this, and your own people, the
Hmm.
people who devoted themselves to you and were in covenant with you, and this is how you treated them? My goodness.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, I
That's
can
why I'm
kind of
Jewish.
well, I can kind of say the same thing, but the only difference I would say is that like I would like understand that there's a lot of things that I might not understand, I might not know, and if there is a God that would, in my view, that there is a God that's infinite and all knowing, that I would just relinquish that burden on Him and just be like,
Well,
okay, just trust God.
Obviously that's where we differ. I don't believe in a God that's infinite and all knowing. I believe in a God that has to learn, because that's what the text shows. We see a God who says he regrets, and because he regrets, he has to do better. So if you're infinite and all knowing, why would you regret anything you did, because you were already all knowing?
Well, like
We
think about
see
it
a
like this.
God that has to say, you know what? I should never have done that. Here's my promise to you. I'm never going to do that again because I messed up.
Hmm. Well, the way I think about it too, me being Christian, is that like when God said He came to fulfill the law and then gave us the new covenant, which is the what we were talking about earlier, to treat others the way you want to be treated and all this, that would give me comfort that okay, like God fixed all of that, and is in a modern time is that it brings fruit for everyone, you know, like it's a good news, it's good news, you know, so.
Okay. I like I mentioned to you yesterday. It is never my intention to take anyone's faith from them, because I believe faith is a very personal thing. I don't care who you are. I'm not here to take anyone's faith. Helping understand the text in a more honest, meaningful way, absolutely. I live for that. You want to know what the Hebrew says? I'm here for it. You want to understand the ancient Near Eastern context of it? Sure, I'm here for it. But I'm not here to tell someone their faith is wrong.
Hmm.
And anybody who knows me knows that.
Yeah, I know.
I
We've had a lot of
also
conversations, and I really respect that about you. And I always said that you're just the sweetest lady.
Joshy thinks I'm sweet. I don't know what to do with this. Like, he hasn't been around much.
Say something
He'll
mean
learn.
quick.
I'm too old to be called sweet.
Dude, you're so sweet. And we've had so many conversations. I don't know. I don't know how anyone would see you otherwise. You're just a
Because
real
other
person.
people, yeah, because people have met, as I used to say, and sometimes I still do, when somebody tells you that they've seen the worst of me, believe them. If they've told you I've called them a muckety muck, believe them, and then ask them what the hell did they do to deserve it.
Yeah, Rabbi Hannah, I would say that you are the kindest person, but fuck around and find out.
I definitely fuck around and find it. I'm a Jew. That's our motto. Fuck around and find out.
That's our. I don't know if you know that, but that's actually in the Hebrew Bible.
It is. Thouest fuck around, thouest find out.
The craziest part about this whole modern day slavery thing too is that you have this job that you work for your hourly wage or hourly energy, right? You spend energy doing something, and then at the end of the day, you're getting paid in dollars, and the government is printing out dollars and stealing from what you just made every single day. They're printing.
Slaves don't get paid, man.
Yeah, can I just want to maybe frame this differently, because I understand why you're coming at it that way. And I mean, I think that there are, this is the way that we work with definitions, right? We have like a constellation of characteristics, and we say, all right, for a particular word or concept, which characteristics, sort of, go with that, and there can be overlap between them. But there's a very real danger, I think, in saying what you're saying, that I don't think you are intending, but that's why I'm saying it. By trying to say that things like working a job or owning a home, and having that mortgage is equated with slavery, does a tremendous amount of harm to people in this country and their descendants who actually went through the atrocities
I would agree.
that they did.
Yeah.
So I think that it just, in the same way that, like, I don't know, I was in the Air Force for 10 years. And if I say that I was in the military, that does a tremendous disservice to all the actual military members.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was
Yeah.
meant to be sort of funny because I was in the chair force. But, the point is that, like,
Okay, I will give you that. He said that, but like, still, you were still in the military.
I know. I mean, like, I've heard it both ways, but but no, I think that it does two things. One, I think it harms the memory of the people that actually had to endure, like, proper slavery. But the other thing that it does is it desensitizes us to it. And I don't know if you're familiar with. There's a pastor by the name of Doug Wilson. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but I'm pretty sure that he's. I don't know if you can say people's names here, but Schmeat, Meg Seth's pastor. So he's very prominent of late. And one of the things that he's known for is essentially saying there are no problem passages in the Bible, even in the Old Testament. And what he means by that is, once they're properly exegeted, we just go with them. And so what that reduces to with him is him to say, slavery is not immoral.
Mm-hmm.
We just didn't do it right. And
Yeah.
that's really fucking dangerous.
Yeah. I think
So
it is.
that, yeah, go ahead.
I
Sorry.
understand your point 100%. I would agree. Like I don't want to take away from the actual like atrocities that's happened, with actual brutal slavery. But I mean, I guess what I'm insinuating is that like words over hundreds of years change meaning and change like descriptions, change what they fundamentally like are trying to describe. And I think that that's something that it just needs to be acknowledged that like what you think the word meant today is probably a little bit different in different times throughout history. And that's why I have that that's why I was trying to draw that analogy, is that it's because it's like there was different types of slavery. If we could possibly name them, like slavery A, slavery B is bad, slavery C is bad, or whatever. But there's probably a slavery, let's say C, that it means that like the freaking uh slaves were just like workers. That was a description of them, and this and that. So it's just harder to give a description or a word, and then have that blanket over all types of throughout all times in history. It's hard to do, is what I was trying to explain.
Yeah. And if I could steal, man, or say back to you maybe what you're saying with an analogy, like the word, if you're reading through with the King James and it says like, Elijah said, "Go in and bake me a cake," to the woman. The word cake there for somebody, my 19-year-old's getting ready to have a birthday. Like we're thinking of 2-layered icing, candles, but
Yeah,
obviously that's not what that Hebrew word uga means, right?
yeah,
Even though it's translated cake, it means like a piece of bread.
yeah,
So I agree with you, right? Just because the English word says, X, and we have an idea of what that means, doesn't mean that that's all those characteristics come across. I agree with you, right? That's part of the reason that philology is done,
mhm,
is so that we can more properly associate these things. With that being said, the way that we determine, as I'm sure you well know, what a word means is its context. So you're absolutely right. The Hebrew word eved and the broader Semitic word, like in Akkadian, it's wardum. Uh, it has a very wide range of meanings. It has something to do with subservience and an imbalance of dependency,
yeah,
imbalance of power and dependency. But that it could be used. You think about the 14th century, the Amarna period. You have all these like petty kings that are in Canaan, and they're writing to the Pharaoh, and they're saying, "Your servant writes to you." Right? Your wardum writes to you.
mhm,
And so you go, well, wait a minute, that guy's he's like a king of a city, right? He
yeah,
can't, like that, that's not a slave. Moses is called the Eved of the Lord, right? Joshua, the Eved of the Lord. Um, so the problem though is that in the same way that the word run, can mean a runny nose, and we must acknowledge that run can be like a runny nose or an engine running or somebody running for office or running down the street with 2 legs. Just because it has these different meanings, it doesn't mean that in a sentence, Jackie Joyner Kersey ran full speed down the track and won the race.
mhm,
That like, it would be foolish of us to say, well, now wait a minute. Like, we know that run can mean like a runny nose. So like,
yeah,
we can't know that means she was actually like sprinting.
yeah,
Like, it's the context that drives the meaning. So that's all I would say, is that you're right. In principle, you're absolutely right. That's why we do the philology, so that we can say, what does it mean in this
mhm,
context?
yeah. I would agree. Yeah.
We're all very smart. That's what I know. So I'm picking up on this. Yeah. Especially you, Jesse.
I was gonna
I'm the
say,
smartest.
I would say that I get to be in the room with giants, and I'm always humbled by that. I was very lucky to find. I can't believe I'm going to say this because it's new to my sphere, but I have very smart friends. Like it's. I feel very lucky to be surrounded by people who are intelligent humans.
We feel
Yeah.
exactly the same way. FYI.
I love it. Yeah, me too, man. You guys are all very well spoken, very well. I always have this I have this idea about intelligence too. It's like to be intelligent isn't really about the knowledge that you know. I feel like that's a little bit more like you're well informed and you have a lot of information to regurgitate or whatever. But like I feel like intelligent is when someone's intelligent is that they possess this type of skill that is like critical thinking and like the ability to accept new information, the ability to adapt. That is what to me feels like intelligence. And also there's all different types of intelligence, which is like emotional intelligence. Like for example, there's probably been a lot of times in this debate when with the host where I mean I misspoke or I said something stupid, but he has enough emotional intelligence to know what I'm talking about or like what idea I'm probing, you know, and that requires a level of intelligence and genuine, you know. It's
And
also
because
really good people, you know, good
I would
people.
say because of that, I was going to ask you. So through Josh, who is much more eloquent than I am, you can understand the difference between like indentured servitude, chattel slavery, like and what we see in the text being the differences between the two, and that unfortunately during this time there was that,
Yeah,
and it did kind of help set up the idea of slavery that was prevalent within the United States because people weren't going to their neighbors and getting slaves; they were going to other nations to get slaves, or other nations were bringing were carting slaves across the water to here so that they could have slaves from other nations, such as the Bible said. There is these white men who believed that the Bible was written for white men and that the Bible tells them I'm allowed to have a slave as long as it's from another nation, and so I'm going to do that.
yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean that's difficult to deal with. Um, yeah, I mean I would just from what I've understood without me like looking it up and all this is that you have this like a situation where God is trying to protect his people and set up the path for the Messiah. And when like for example, when they had to go and get rid of like a or like go and fight another civilization or something like that, and they were doing atrocities. Maybe like slavery was a way that was like the best way they could handle the situation or I don't know like you know it's like that's when I'm like okay I don't know all these situations but I know that um I know what Jesus taught today and I accept that but for me to understand every aspect and dynamic of what it could have been and what it was it bad was it good even if it was bad like what if it was a necessary evil that had to happen or something like you know like it's just something that I just like give up on trying to fully wrap my head around.
In any way, shape, or form, I am not trying to put your feet to the fire, but would you say that to a black descendant of slavery, that maybe it was a necessary evil that had to happen?
No, of course not. Yeah, I would never say
So
that.
then why would you make those excuses for slavery at all?
Well,
And unfortunately, Jesus never abolishes slavery. In fact, slaves in the New Testament are told to obey their earthly masters as they would Jesus.
that's what. But then that's when we go back into the definition of what the slavery
Those
actually
were the
meant.
same types of slaves.
Huh?
Those were the same types of slaves.
How do
The
we?
the unfortunate part is that this is one of those things that I unfortunately know quite a bit about because I get asked a lot about it, and these are one of those things that I end up looking at the New Testament because Christians are like, no, but it doesn't say that in the New Testament. I mean, it does. And like I said earlier, it does not weaken my faith to go, you know what, this just fucking blows. It just sucks. And God sucks sometimes. My hands are rated E for Elohim. Like, if he has a problem with what I have to say about him, he knows where I am. I'll meet him in a Denny's parking lot and we can go. I'm the descendant of Jacob. Like, I will take that bastard on any day of the week. He knows exactly where I am. He also knows that I am a devout Jew who just sees him for what he is supposed to be. I don't wear rose-colored glasses and go, God is all good all of the time. I can't do it. I've
Okay, yeah,
learned too much to do that.
yeah. Okay, well, maybe that's a perspective that I might need to adopt. I mean, I don't know. I can't sit here and like I'm not a theologian. Like Joshua probably knows so much more about the Old Testament than I do. I mean, or like the actual historical. timeline and how everything was actually happening. I mean, I'm just hypothesizing, to be really honest. But for me to claim that I have a full understanding of what was going on, I don't, you know. But I mean, it goes back to that analogy that he made. It was like, I know the ending, I know the truth that I have in my heart, and it's just like, for me, it's so evident. Like for me, it's like when I see someone without God and without the love, I can see it like black and white. Like, oh, that person is.
Uh-oh.
I was about to say, am I the only one that's went silent
Oh,
there? Huh.
Oh, we must have got a phone call.
yeah, I got a call. So yeah, I just feel like there's a hole in everyone's heart, and it's not going to be filled by money. It's not going to be filled by um the love of God, and the acknowledgement that we're here for a bigger reason. We're here for um more than just freaking random chaos that just happened to just put all together. There's no way you can be happy, in my opinion, like that. There's just no way, and have peace in that.
So I understand where you're coming from. There's an end to that analogy that I usually tell that I didn't think was necessary to tell, but it might be useful at this point. If like we're operating in that analogy, we're operating on the assumption that we are watching a detective show, right? That's our assumption. We are watching a show like with a super sleuth. But what if we're watching a TV and we don't know whether it's a detective show or it's a live news report? And if we don't know and we see a detective who's standing there saying, all this evidence is stacked up against Fred, and he's saying, no, 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 it's Jim who was in outer space. If it's a news report, like we're getting that detective removed from the case, right? Because this isn't a detective show. This is a news report. And that guy clearly something's not working right. If he's saying that the person in outer space who was there during the murder, like he's the one that's guilty, like we're removing him from the case. So that's the situation I think that we're in, is you're under the impression that you're watching a detective show. We're saying, I think we're watching a news report. And those two things are going to function very differently. And I'll read something and highlight why I think this is the case. And I've read this. Sorry, Jesse, I'm reading it again. He's heard it a couple of times. This is an inscription, a royal inscription from the 9th century by a Neo-Assyrian king. So he says here, the one who sins against Asher, that's the name of this king's god, turns into ruin. Let me sing the victory of Asher Mighty, who keeps going to battle and keeps achieving victory over worldwide coalitions. Let the first one hear and tell the later ones. Now, if we read those 4 lines, like we could walk away thinking a couple of things. First of all, Asher is responding to people who are sinning, the text says, right? So these people are bad, according to this. And in fact, the fact that he's saying he's achieving victory over worldwide coalitions here, like, probably carries the idea that this king is being attacked, right? And this is very common in these types of royal inscriptions. And so you might read this, or I might read this and say, well, I mean, like, this is the good guy in the story. This king is the good guy, and all he's doing is responding and fighting people that are sinning against God, right? The God that he believes in. But the problem is, if I read you the 4 lines before, while the sun didn't rise, a fiery glow was amidst them. He slashed the wombs of the pregnant, ripped out babies. Of their strongest, he cut the necks. The smoke of their land shut off their troops. And then you get the 4 lines about he who sins against Asher, like, goes into ruin. Like, you and I are reading that and we're going, now it's different, right? We're like, whoa, yeah, that's bad. But if I'm an Asher follower, like, I'm going to think, wait a minute. Now, I know that sounds bad, but Asher had a morally justified reason because he's the good guy.
Yeah.
And so I think it's all based on, like, I understand that, like, there's, from a theological position, you have an idea, a conviction about who God is, and so that colors the rest of the text. I get it. The problem with it, though, is that it doesn't allow you, in the same way that it doesn't allow the Asher worshiper to see the atrocities. It makes it very difficult, more difficult for you to see the atrocities, because you have this lens that you're viewing the text through. And I think that's why we're out here doing these things, is to try to say, take the glasses off for a second and read it a little more objectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree. Yeah, man. Honestly, I mean, yeah, it would be disingenuous for me to say that I don't have a bias, you know, but some part of me, when I'm doing deductive reasoning and forming my, my opinions on these things, is I just I use the whole scripture as a whole, and like from the start to end. So that's where I mean, if I were to pull out that only part out of the whole Bible and just, I would be like, okay, yeah, this is useless. I wouldn't even um pay any attention to this. I would dismiss it, right? But like, because I'm taking the whole Bible into account here, like from start to end, like it's a story, then I almost have to have a little bit of context. I wouldn't even say bias. I mean, although I would still say I have bias, it would just be context. And I mean, it all starts from this, man. Let me tell you this. It all starts from the basis of my faith has a lot to do with um believing that God rose from the dead, right? And so if Jesus didn't die and resurrect, I wouldn't even pay any attention. I would dismiss this all as a made up fantasy, right? But because there's evidence for that, and I mean, as far as I can tell, like sufficient evidence, I would look at it with that context, and then also, like, what is God, what is Jesus, and what is God teaching? Is it good, in my opinion? And I would agree that it is. And then looking at the Old Testament versus the New, yeah, you would see a little bit of a dichotomy, like a little bit of a difference going on. Like, there's a little bit of a difference, and you can just use it like read it with context, like, but although, I mean, yeah, those things sound bad. Yeah, I would agree. I'm not an arrogant, I'm not closed-eyed, I'm not, all that, but I just have to weight it differently in my final consensus of what the Bible is, with everything that it says, like from the start to end. But if, let's say, I was just given that, yeah, I would be like, that's bad. But what I'm given is a full story. The way I take it is a full story of a love novel about how God reconciled his creation with love. Died and resurrected for us. Like, loved us enough to do that. And I see sin as destructive. Obviously, like, when you lie, it's not good. Like, when you kill people, it's not good. Like, I see it as sin. A lot of like true facts in my reality align with the Bible too, as well. Like, I feel like sin does lead to death. I just know that. I know that these certain things are true, and so, like, when I read the whole thing, it's just like, yeah, that's bad, but I don't know. Oh, that guy left. Oh, dang, I'm talking to myself.
Well, he's been gone for a
You
minute,
know
but
what? I guarantee that it was something to do with his kiddos. He doesn't ever drop like that unless it's something to do with his kiddos. So he's probably still listening. He just is trying
Okay.
to deal. Yeah, his kids. Obviously, he's a great dad, so his kids come like Okay, oh, no degree, not this again. Dr. Joshua Bowen and Rabbi Hannah agree with me. Why do you do that? Do you think it gives you some kind of like, oh my
I think he's
gosh.
making a joke.
Every time. No, he really believes that we agree with him. It makes my ass itch. Like, I got nothing against no degree. We've actually had some pretty nice talks, but like every time he says that, it makes my ass itch.
I've actually got to jump off anyway. I actually meant to be off about 45 minutes ago. But
Well,
it's
thank
been really
you
I'm getting
for
so much
letting us
calls
spend
for
so
it.
much time with you.
Yeah, guys,
anytime.
it was really fun, man. I'm gonna give you a follow. Like we can always chop it up some other time. But dude, it's been a fun conversation. A lot of thinking. A lot of good, wholesome conversations. I like that everyone's just being genuine and stuff like that. And, you know, it's good, man. So I'll come up some other time. It was fun.
Yeah, sounds good,
You
man.
guys. Yeah, sounds good, guys.
Totally.
Bye, Rabbi.
Bye.
Have a good one,
good day,
buddy.
guys.
You too. Bye.
Y'all make sure y'all throw the Rebel Rabbi a follow over here before we jump off because she is fucking sweet.
Apparently, something I didn't know. Thank
She's
you,
really, really
guys.
sweet. That's why we should all follow.
My goodness.
Unless you're trying to catch some hands or
All right.
something.
Have a good
But anyway,
day.
guys, thank you all so much for coming. Much, much love. And we will be back. I'm pretty sure tomorrow I should be back on. But we'll see how it goes, guys. Anyway, got to run on to the work and all that good stuff. Shit, I don't even have time for closing stuff. So anyway, we will catch all y'all later. Thanks for dropping in. Have a good one,
Have a good
everybody.
day.
It was a long, good stream today. Yeah, totally. Have a good one, Rabbi. We'll catch y'all somewhere else some other time, I guess. Have a good one.